morning to you all. I'm very pleased to open this year's Forum for the Future of Culture. The second edition of the forum is held in Prague and is initiated by Polish Theatre Powszechny. This year we will continue discussing the topics we discussed already last year, and we will focus on theatre as cultural institution and pragmatism in theatre making. Last year we discussed the social and cultural role of theatre, of state or town, region funded theatre, but we also focused on economic conditions in which theatres function. During a break, you could go and look at the conclusions from the last edition of this forum, where we named the obstacles and conditions that theatres deal with, but also visions and hopes for the future that we came to as part of the discussions. We also increased the international participation in panels this year, so you can look forward to guests from a number of European countries. I will now ask the organizers and distinguished guests that are here with me to say a few words, and I will pass the floor to the director of Pod Palmovkou Theatre, Mr. Michal Lang. Pod Palmovkou Theatre is the main organizer of this event. Good morning. We are the organizer of the Prague part of this forum. The first, the Warsaw part, already took place. I will keep it brief. We discuss a lot lately the financial situation of theatres, and culture and its role seems not to have as strong position as, for instance, the healthcare system has. So what is the role of culture? Let me look briefly back into the history. So I would just like to make a few steps into the past, and I have here a witness, František Šalda, Czech writer, and it's his correspondence with Růžena Svobodová, another Czech writer. These are very poetic, lyric texts. And I came across this book by coincidence, and some of those letters are indeed worth reading. They reflect Šalda's perspective on culture some 120 years after the National Revival period. Růžena complains that people don't read Czech authors, but mainly German ones. She says they are not developed enough, and Šalda says, no, on the contrary, it's good that they read German authors because the Czech ones are quite bad. And he says about the German writer, then the Czech writers Hafeld is German author who sort of disappeared in the history. So if you would look for this name, you would probably won't find him, but he was a representative of German culture, German tradition, and while not being the best author, the German tradition could be felt. A number of Czech authors. They were also discussing level. Reader Shalda commented that there are people look left and right, dealing with the rotten eye, not looking for a bigger light. The average person is the Czech person, a dupe without a consciousness, not wanting to be viewed as ridiculous. It's a kind of mosquito that will be happy to bite you to death. So it's quite depressive, as you can see, and when I read it I really felt low, but if we look at it from the historical perspective, knowing that in roughly 1770 the Czech national revival started, we become aware that there could not be a very good quality of production, Czech literary or cultural production. Then later on the situation has changed and the quality, of course, increased with Čapek and others. Then in the 1920s, 1930s, we had the first republic, the Czechoslovak state, and great things were created. And then those born in the 1930s created the 1960s. So this is only 60 years later, and it's already the peak, or what I consider the peak of the Czech national revival. And this is when we gave to the world a number of world-known authors, be it in literature, for it to bloom. And this Czech garden was destroyed by the normalization period, which destroyed the 1960s and everything great that was created following the national revival. The communist regime would persuade the citizens not to be interested in anything and take care of anything, but to sort of get locked at home or what is where we are today, but it has only raised a number of other questions. So we can wonder whether the Czech national revival has ended. For a number of Czech voters, cultural values are not of primordial importance, and this is also why it's not one of the themes, issues discussed during elections. And until we accept cultural values as deep part of who we are, this is when culture becomes important and an inherent part of our daily lives. In Poland, they have the term Rzecz Pospolita. We have several states. In Czech, this means a public affair, and it's a synonym to the word of Republika, which is only used in Poland when speaking about state. So, is it something that we can make part of our common discussion or shared debate?
To je dobře. My se tady asi budeme snažit najít toho člověka.
So I believe we will try and search for the human and get rid of the monkey that Michal Lang mentioned. I believe this is an interesting beginning. We will now pass the floor to Jiří Sulženko, culture manager, but also someone close to the world of politics. He now works at Prague City Council, and he's someone who knows how to go between culture and politics. And I think he has spent his past 15 years of life trying to increase the fact that culture is indeed important, trying to make the politicians understand it. So what do you think about it, Jiří? Thank you to pass me the floor, and thank you for inviting me and for this opportunity to have the discussion. And I think it's good that we went straight for the core. And it's great to have here also people from Warsaw and other places. So while I am something between the monkey and the human, I should be the one who connects these two words, it seems. I think that the theme of today's discussion is well chosen. I think it's of great importance to discuss the values of culture, and I feel closer to culture than to politics. However, this culture-political triangle is important to bear in mind. My colleague, Mr. Holden, UK Commission, discusses the instrumental issues that are also interesting for politicians, and you debate this as well, be it culture, diplomacy, and so. The cultural value that interests the audience, and I believe that the cultural institutions belong primarily to the audience. We go to theaters to get emotional, to become the humans and stop being those monkeys. Then we have institutional values. The authors want to know whether there is a structure that helps them in their creative process and ensures stability and makes sure that culture is viewed as an important part of our daily lives. So when we look at those aspects, we can get closer to what's important, what values are considered as important and by whom. And what we try to do in the Department of Culture, and my colleagues perhaps are half of the audience here, in fact, we try to create a balance between those three tops of the triangle that I've mentioned. I don't say that the balance is perfect. I believe our role is institutional and instrumental, meaning to preserve the network of cultural institutions, give them the importance they deserve, and also look for how culture influences or impacts the society. And your role, the most important role, is to take care of the audience, give them the reason to come to theaters, to come and see exhibitions, to discuss them, and perhaps to have quite heated discussions, such as the one that Michal Lang started mentioning, Shalda and his opinions. And so I'm very much looking forward to hear many different opinions today. Thank you. At the Department of Production, we had this huge book translated, a book called Understanding the Values of Culture, and it's available in Czech for free in a PDF. You can write to David Jirku, the head of the production department, and it's a wonderful book based on research, and it proves that you can't really measure the impact of investments in culture, but nevertheless, it's a wonderful book. So thank you, Jirka. This is a great way of spending the Christmas holiday. However, thank you for the support of Prague's City Council, which enabled us to organize this event, and also the Institute of Art, Theatre and Art. I will now pass the floor to Artur Jožvik from the Department of Culture of Warsaw. Warsaw supports the Forum for the Future of Culture in Teatr Powszechny, so thank you for that, and I would like to thank you for that. I will speak Polish, so if you want to listen to the interpreting, this would be the moment to use your headphones. I am very pleased that this format, which we started in Teatr Powszechny in Warsaw, found its place also here in Prague. It's very important for us to speak with the Warsaw and Polish culture community and institutions, because they do need support and creative ideas, and these often come from the audience, from the public. And this is why discussions are so important, and it's something that has enabled us to get funding programs for culture institutions that run over a period of several years. And the Polish law enables this mechanism. So we created a fund for cooperation of state institutions and non-state institutions. We also have an event called Program for Revitalization via Culture. But still, this is not enough. We are persuaded that culture institutions and culture makers are the ones who react the fastest to social changes. During the pandemic, culture brought relief to people. Cultural organizations were organizing support, accommodation for refugees at the beginning of the crisis in Ukraine. They also respond to climatic changes. However, there is a great space for improvement in the culture department. In Poland, the laws and the legislation are still from the 1990s, and the situation has changed tremendously since. So we have a lot of work to do in that field. Is culture important? Well, we saw in the past years how culture can become a propaganda tool. You can look at the governing party, Bravo, Law and Justice. As of yesterday, we have Donald Tusk. He's the new Prime Minister, and I hope that he could represent the new beginning and he could help better appreciation of culture within the government coalition. I hope that people will now fight for something they've been waiting for, and that's the Status of Artist Act, because it is very important that culture workers, artists have their existence secured. I believe this is an important issue for the entire region of Central and Eastern Europe. We also wait for changes to laws related to culture. We lack law on theatre. So all of these are things that we wait eagerly to be changed. And I hope that further discussion will help the changes in the future in Poland.
Za úvodní slova a myslím, že
Thank you for these opening words. And now let's move on to the first panel discussion of this forum. I will leave Petr Fischer here, the moderator of the first panel. Thanks once again to Michal Lang, Artur Jošvík and Jiří Soušenko.
panelu zazní polština, takže případně...
There's a Polish speaker on this panel as well, and in the other panels we will only hear Czech and English.
Představil host.
Let me introduce the panelists. Let's start with the lady, Miss Izabela Jašinská. Good morning. She represents the cultural department of the Polish capital, Warsaw. She has been a cultural manager all her life, and she connects the public and the private sector. We will speak about this, how this communication can be helpful for everyone, how to encourage original culture instead of being a monkey and just mimicking something else. And I think we all know this feeling when something amazing is created, like it happens in this very theater. Then we have Mr. Zdeněk Pánek, Executive Director of the Association of Professional Theatres.
Na začátek asi řekne něco o tom, jak se vyvíjí ta debata v České republice.
So he will speak about the preparation of the act on the status of the artist. The legal framework is important. We need institutions and laws that create the framework and encourage cultural life. And that's a question. The question is whether creating a cultural institution is not actually freezing culture and cultural life. We also have Lukáš Kubina from Palacký University in Olomouc, from the Department of Theatre and Film Studies. So we have panelists with different backgrounds, different perspectives. So let's hope this will give us some variety. And we should also have Katarina Pavić. She's a freelance researcher in participatory culture. From Croatia, where she helped create a network of people, a cultural network, aside from the official framework, institutional framework. I cannot see her, or I'm not sure if we are connected. Okay, it's... oh, we can hear her. So, let's start. Let me first hand over to Zdeněk Pánek. Let's take 10 or 12 minutes to talk about the situation, the current situation related to the act and the status of the artist. It is something we've been talking about for some 15 years. So, Zdeněk, over to you. Good morning, and thanks for having me. I'm happy to present this topic at today's conference. I'll try to be brief. I believe most of you are aware of the situation in the Czech Republic related to the law, but maybe let me give a brief summary to our Polish colleagues. At the moment, the sector Basically, since 1990, there has been no reform, and this is problematic. After 1990, the administration of theaters fell mostly under cities, and finally, after the year 2000, most theaters or some theaters were supposed to be administrated by regions. Now there are two theaters, Český Těšín and Jihlava, which are administrated by regions, and the rest are administrated by municipalities, and some are administered by the state. And it is still problematic. The situation has not been solved. It is the municipalities that bear the burden of financing the operation of theaters. There's a contribution from the regions as well. Excuse me. What about private theaters? You haven't mentioned them. I just want to simplify the debate, so that's why I'm speaking about theaters that are members of our association, including Divadlo Pod Palmovkou, that's the main network, active mainly in regions. Private theaters are only in the center of Prague, of course, not only in Prague. I'm sorry, that was wrong. It's because, in my view, private theaters are different from things like Moving Station in Pilsen, which is actually a private theater. So, yes, so I'm going to speak about the network of theaters administered publicly, because we have the legal framework for private theaters. We have grant systems. What needs to change is the legal framework for the founding and administering public theaters. So the aim is to create a law that would create a framework for administering and financing cultural institutions with a shared responsibility. Today, it is already possible for a region to contribute financially to a theater administered by a municipality, but it is based on co-decision, and it often happens that the region says, we will not contribute financially to your theater, even though 40% of the audience is not from the city, but from the region. So we would like to have an instrument enabling public administration to found and co-found and finance a cultural institution in the mid or long term. Multi-year grants are quite normal today for smaller cultural institutions, but speaking about big cultural institutions in the areas of opera or ballet, these institutions have no certainty in terms of budget. And this means they cannot, or this means that their contracts are limited to budgeting periods. And this is a problem if you want to hire good quality creators for some decent money. Sometimes there is an objection or some people say we only need money. If there's enough money, we don't even need the system. I don't agree with that view, and there are examples proving this from other countries. For example, last week we had colleagues from Norway who explained to us their system of administrating culture is an arm's length. This means that the directors of cultural institutions are not appointed by politicians, but by councils that include experts. So that's what we need, a balance between political and expert responsibility. So we should actually depoliticize cultural institutions. This would ensure continuity, predictability, evaluation, and control. How far are we with the standard? When can we expect this act to be adopted? When could it lighten the burden of the whole area? For me, it's a kind of an emancipation. You are right. When the Vienna theater holding was denationalized in Austria, it was a liberation, even though they didn't want it, because everyone is afraid of changes. But now they have this administrative committee and it works perfectly. But to answer your question, I recently went through all the materials, and the first programming declaration of the government mentioning this act was from 2002. So it's been in the air for a long time. Now we've come the furthest so far. There's a draft law from the Ministry of Culture, and there have been many objections. And I think it's important to have this debate and to eliminate any possible issues. So now the act is in the legislative committee of the government. The negotiation has been suspended, but this is normal. It will continue in January, and then the draft law will be submitted to the government, and it should be in effect beginning 2025. Wow, after 21 years of debates, so that's a quarter of a century. That's how long it takes in our country. But let's cross our fingers. Of course, there are still many obstacles. There are legal experts who are against this law. They say that the civil code is enough, but we took inspiration from the organization of science, research and education. Science and art are both part of the Charter of Fundamental Human Rights in our country. And it has always been difficult to have any exceptions for the culture area. We have managed on the EU level with our colleagues from other European countries, but not here. But that's a whole other issue. But now let me quote Mr. Hillar from 1920. It is about time to depoliticize our theater sector, just like we have done with science. This would finally draw the line between theater and politics. Let's remove the roadblocks from the development of Czech theater. Just like in other countries, it is up to cultural persons to administer theaters, so it's been more than 21 years. Okay, thank you very much. Let's now see what the situation is like in Poland. Let's speak about the process of freeing theaters from politics.
Ja będę mówić z nieco innej perspektywy.
I'd like to present a different perspective. I will speak about the cooperation of Warsaw municipality with the non-governmental sector in the context of the grant program. We have a grant program administered by Warsaw. It is called Community Cultural Institutions. This program has been discussed a lot in Poland recently. So the title is Community Cultural Institutions, and this speaks a lot to the public. This program offers new possibilities of cooperation between the state sector and non-NGOs. There's a debate about partial deinstitutionalization because there's a will and a wish for this. And the definition and the status of such a community cultural institution is being discussed a lot. Let me give you the context of NGOs in Warsaw. The sector is very strong and active. It connects many activists, creators, and so on. In Warsaw, we have around 1,900 NGOs, which is a lot. Of course, they are not all active in the same way, but just the number shows how strong this sphere is. These organizations have a big impact on culture in Warsaw. The Warsaw cultural landscape is very varied thanks to these NGOs. Some of them are small and local. There are projects for a specific audience. There are also big events impacting the whole city. There are annual programs. We could call them repertoire programs. Some of these programs are created by big cultural institutions. We currently have 8 grant programs 5 of them are multi-year programs and 3 are for 1 year. And these programs give some stability to the sector. Within these 8 grant programs, we now finance 138 cultural institutions. This means that NGOs are truly a fundamental part of the city's ecosystem. They are a visible key player and they are asking loudly for their rights. What is the role of cultural institutions? How are they founded and how are they administered? These are the questions we are discussing today. And so I would like to mention 2 programs for NGOs which are important in terms of institutional functioning. The first one is called a permanent cultural program. This program is used to finance regular activities or annual activities. I call it repertoire activities, and this program supports independent theaters, concert halls, photographic exhibitions, and so on. So this is mostly about organizing events and presenting different works. So this is a more traditional cultural activity, and we have 19 such activities. These are 3-year grant programs, so this makes it possible to plan ahead and to have some stability over the year. The second program I'd like to mention, and there's a lot of interest in this one, is called Community Cultural Institutions. This program was created based on the initiative of the Warsaw Public, who wanted to show that it has a structure, it has people and ideas, strong ideas for creating institutions. This means that the public is capable of being involved in the cultural environment or landscape with some rights. So there were some political negotiations, and then the Warsaw municipality accepted this idea and was looking for a legal framework which worked out. And right now we have second programming period already. Of course, our experience from the previous rounds are reflected in the current program. It reflects also social needs in Warsaw. In 2022, we were preparing the next round of the program, and we have adapted its definition. What was important to us was that the community cultural institution should be different from just a cultural center administered by an NGO. We wanted the community institution to be something more. So we said it should fulfill a specific role in the city's ecosystem, especially in some specific areas. And please, if you could show the first slide of my presentation. This will hopefully help you to understand it, but I'm afraid it's not working, so let me try to explain.
Prowadzenie sprofilowanych działań na rzecz
Cultural institutions should have a very specific, very unique role in the cultural life of Warsaw or Warsaw community. Such institution should have a deeper understanding for the needs of such community or minority. And this translates in the program that should have the potential to develop the artists and the communities. It can include work with minorities such as migrants, disabled people, queer community, etc. We wanted these programs of community culture institutions to be complementary to what other culture institutions do, included the state-run ones. So these were the preconditions of the call. So we offer a kind of framework. We have organizations filing their requests, their calls, and they come up with different responses as far as the model is concerned and the content. We had some 20 experienced large Warsaw NGOs that participate in the call. NGOs with an experienced team of people with ideas, and they are well rooted in Warsaw culture life. So at present we finance 5 institutions that gained a status which is not a formal one, but they identify themselves with it, and that's the status of community culture institution. It's a title they like to use. It sort of characterizes the profile of their activity and also their attitudes. I would also like to speak more about the content of work of these institutions, but perhaps we will have time to do that later on. So I have one complementary question. It seems to me that this kind of institution is something between the public culture institution as we know it in the Czech Republic and a contributory organization. It seems to be in the space. And I feel there the need to formalize things, which is interesting, because if not formalize, then the state sort of doesn't know how to deal with it. Can it be described like that? It's about the fact that in Poland you can finance public institutions founded by state or local communities from state money, but public means can be allocated to private organizations or NGOs by means of grants. The community activity is viewed separately from the private one. in Poland. We have a number of programs destined for this kind of activities, and it's a way of financing and supporting these activities. So the formalization is not essential for the administration. On the contrary, we wanted to show that the NGO sector in Poland has great potential, that it can take on responsibility and wants to take on responsibility for creating cultural institutions. Sometimes they are closer to the community cultural activity. Often there is this aspect of interest in the issues of community by means of art and culture, and community cultural institutions work a lot with art, but they also discuss social issues. Let's see if the connection to Katarina Pavić is working.
Můžu poprosit techniku, jestli...
The technicians are trying to make things work. Can we hear you?
S Lukášem Kubinou, to jste, teď vlastně jsme se dostali na takovou jako zdánlivě...
The connection doesn't seem to work, so let's keep on in our discussion. So we get here to a very interesting terrain of how to create cultural events, how to regulate, to which extent it should be regulated or free, and it seems to depend pretty much on the financial means as well. And it seems to me that in the Czech Republic it's pretty much motivated by financial means. We need the funds to flow, and the act should have a wider sense, and I believe Isabel hinted at it when she mentioned the culture institution and community culture institution. They like the word community because it also communicates what it is about. It tells the society about us also, what we do, how we approach things. So how do things look in the Czech Republic? Some said it dates back 120 years, some of you said it's only past 20 years. So how are things? I think that being aware of community, of society, and of the fact that each individual participates, and that is also this rise of political awareness. We had this Culture Act that originated in 1850s, Bach's law, and it was not a prescription of how things should work. Then after 48, it gained this political aspect. And it also showed to what extent the role of theater is considered as important. But I'll get back to present, and I'd say that it's not only about pouring money in and let the users, the theater makers do whatever with it. The regulation is still there, though it may be a bit hidden. So it's also, the act is also about making our strategy, our approach more transparent, more visible.
Pro to, jak já bych to chápal.
So how I understand it is also about how we set the rules where we allocate the money to. Money is important, but it's not everything. The current situation where it's commissions that allocate grant money, it is not prescribed in details what you need to accommodate. It often depends on the commissions whether they allocate the funds or not. It's sometimes pretty vague. So if we set some rules, we should make the rules public. They shouldn't be made backstage or in discussions of those who assess the grant applications. It should be made more formal, more visible, and this shouldn't be an obstacle. Lukáš, could you comment on what Zdeněk said, meaning that act, the law, should also provide an expert view? Of course, we need this public money, and this dependency, I think, is still there, and it can potentially be politically abused. We don't only need to use the example of Poland, where in 8 years the Polish government showed pretty clearly how culture can be used and abused for political goals. I don't say we are in the same position as Poland was or is, but it is a potential. So how to free the culture from politics? Yes, Zdeněk, if you want to take the floor. I didn't have enough time, but it's quite important to actually mention the system is complicated, and if the law passes as it is, then the board of administrators would be named by the founder of the institution, but there would be a list of persons who can suggest representatives, and it can't be just anyone. They need to be a people of equal educational standing, expert experience, and so they should be somehow independent too. So the board would get names of candidates that they could choose from, and the board can be revoked, but only people with the right to nominate could participate in the next settlement, and the board can be renewed by thirds only. Of course, the board includes politicians. They have to be, because they are the ones who control the public money. That's part of their mandate, and I think it's okay. And what we need to seek for is a certain balance. The people with the right to nominate shouldn't have a clash of interest. They shouldn't have business with the organizations, with the founder, and so on. So I think it's quite well done, and it can be a sort of bumper against some unwise decisions that we witnessed in the past, such as when the Minister of Culture would decide. We saw it in the cases of naming the head of the National Theatre or other big institutions. It's also about financial independence, where the director should have bigger freedom. When the board, the administrative board chooses its representatives, they are co-responsible for what's going on. So this would be a body that sort of is an intermediary, but it is not there to prevent democratically elected politicians to be part of, but it also strengthens the independence of cultural institutions. I mentioned that money is considered to be a cure-all, but it's not, and this is why we want all those principles to be involved. Yes, I believe that setting the parameters right is key. So if we have a dictator coming to power, then it doesn't really matter how it's set. The better the cultural institutions function, the more likely that such people won't get to power. Let's retry whether our connection with Katarina functions. Can you hear us, Katarina?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, we are connected, so we are very happy to have you here, to being with us. Slyšela jste tu debatu naši?
Could you hear the discussion, the previous discussion?
Jak se díváte na to formalizování toho?
What do you think about formalizing the cultural space, that is, the need to have laws and acts, be them looser or, on the contrary, stricter? We mentioned the contribution organizations and the Warsaw Community Culture Institution, which is a sort of looser form of functioning in culture space. Is it needed for culture to live freely?
First of all, good morning. I apologize for any technical difficulties that I had on my side this morning. Well, to answer your question, which is actually a very complex one, I would start by saying that culture is not frozen by processes of institutionalization. It is not. But the institutional imagination does not stop with laws or buildings or any type of binding arguments between actors. So I think we need stability, and possibility to reproduce good practices, but we also need space to evolve those practices further. So I know that the questions that you have been discussing, in my own opinion, it's not a matter to depoliticize cultural life and cultural institutions. For me, is to repoliticize them, but to bring about different type of politics that would be much more participative, that would be less clientelistic and less dependent on a very old agreement between political parties that does not challenge the status quo. So I think that we need maybe a different type of politics that would challenge the status quo and would challenge who is the actor in politics, in terms of maybe quoting Jacques Rancière, saying that all politics that does not involve the ones who do not have the power is actually policing. But not to go too further into theory, I know that my task here is to maybe present some practices that we have developed in the Balkan region in the last 10 or 15 years, and some of them have been maybe enhanced by the fact that the Croatian capital of Zagreb now has the left and green coalition in power that has been putting a lot of effort into bringing about a more participative type of cultural planning. But the whole, I would say, tide or the whole movement has been active for a much longer period. And I just want to present a couple of concepts that might be fruitful for your discussions and might be interesting for you. For instance, one of these concepts is civil-public partnership. And this is a type of participatory governance in which public administration and civil society cooperate in the use and management of public resources. And the key word here is partnership, since in such management models, both actors should have equal roles and decision-making power. So it's not any type of cooperation in terms of general public provisions like grants or tenders through calls or applications. It's actual contracts that share responsibility for the management, usually of spaces, of physical spaces, but doesn't have to be spaces. It can be any type of public resource. So the context is very, very hard to put in a couple of sentences or a couple of minutes, but I will try. So almost all actors in the field of in Croatia, but further in the Yugo region, face the problem, the same, the lack of space, the working space to perform daily activities, but also space to present work. So despite the fact that many cities at the same time have suitable facilities like for instance, abandoned military or buildings, and the processes of opening these spaces and converting them into cultural venues and renovating them is generally very slow, but it has been speeding up in the last 10 years or so. So previously in the Croatian context, we only had recognized very classical type of public institutions like cultural centers, theaters, galleries, museums, universities, schools, but where the founder and the manager is a city, municipality, or the central state through Ministry of Culture, for instance. But then the first efforts were made in the late 90s, early 2000s to occupy some of the abandoned industrial spaces for cultural activities. And in the first phase, maybe first 10 years, the efforts were made to legalize the use of space and to start developing practices and models of use. So when I say practices and models of use, you have been also talking about this. This is how the relationships between different actors are determined. So how spaces, different users use the space. Very practical, very logistics-oriented types of usage of space or the regimes of space occupation, but also the relationships with authorities and administration, and then the relationships between the audiences, the public, and the citizens. What is their role? How can you, as an ordinary citizen, become included? So during all these years, several advocacy platforms and initiatives were started in Croatia, but also in other countries or former Yugoslavia, to highlight these needs and benefit the reviving existing spaces with a new purpose that can bring a lot of benefit for the local communities. And these initiatives, they promote these innovative management models where there are shared responsibilities between municipalities and the authorities and the networks or coalitions or platforms of civil actors. So it usually works that the civil actors will provide programming within the spaces, but also open type of calendars where new and emerging actors can use these spaces free of charge. And then municipalities will give not just the space in terms of free usage, but also investment in spaces in terms of upkeep, but also in terms of investment, basic investment in technical capabilities, and also in people who manage the spaces. So there is currently one cultural center in Zagreb, which is established and founded under this principle of hybrid public institution that is co-funded by the local government and the civil society actors. And it has been functioning since 2009. It provides free of charge service for production, presentation, and affirmation of contemporary arts and independent cultural practices. So it functions free of charge as an open calendar for anyone who is an independent cultural actor and who does not want to charge their programs commercially. And it's one of the most visible spaces for independent culture in Zagreb that hosts around 100 public programs yearly and has around 10 to 15,000 visitors per year. Also, it can be used as an workshop or rehearsal space, and it's used in that sense for 300 to 400 times a year, every year. There have been, so this is the first cultural center that has been co-funded and managed by the city and the coalition of independent actors at the same time. There are different modalities of agreements between local actors in other cities. So we can talk about approaching model situation, even though I like to call them practices because they are very fluid. Not every city has the same type of diagnostics or same type of actors or same type of needs. But this is the main principle that is very important, was very important for us in the local scene to understand that there can be an equality in type of the approach to cultural politics, not just policies and not just management, but also in the core logic of the matter that we can own the spaces in terms of internal programming, but also in terms of setting the agreement with the local governments in order how to enhance the usage of spaces and how to benefit the local community. So I hope you heard me with this expose, and also I can take your questions now if you have them to clarify something.
Thank you very much. Otevření toho prostoru vlastně.
You mentioned opening up the space for sort of non-traditional collaboration, meaning also we overcome or destroy the barriers that we have in our heads. Why couldn't local administration cooperate with civic society and create space where everyone is equal and create there? And it's something we are not so much used to. We are perhaps there beyond the frame of this act, but the act law is there to open up the space. But what you described is perhaps the music of the future for us here in the Czech Republic. It might function on a local level already in some places, but if it were to be the main principle we'd follow and we think about, it's very interesting. And I believe it's also very important, as Katarina said, that it's about the place. It's the place where the people live. They want to use the place for their culture creation and expression, and this collaboration of civic and public sectors is something that we need to do more about here in the Czech Republic. I saw Lukáš taking notes during Katarina's speech, so I think you may want to react. I'm sorry, I can't see well, but I pass you the floor.
Něco, co vlastně co můžeme vidět.
Yes, we see this happening independently to some extent on any laws, legal frameworks. But the share of these activities is very small. There are some participatory activities, of course. Typically, these are activities with some artistic potential, things done by people like Katarina Pavić. So we are seeing some examples of this. Having a legislative framework for these activities, of course you also need finances for this. If you need locations, if you're in smaller towns, many times there are no people who would be able to administer or to write a grant, actually. I organize a summer school in a small town, and when I suggested we could apply for a grant, they just refused because it seems very complicated to them. Isn't it fear of becoming involved with the establishment, of being limited creatively? I think the main fear is the fear of having to give the money back or paying some fine if things don't work out. These are people who have never applied for a public grant. They have no experience with this. I think we have changed the topic somehow. Of course, cultural institutions are not the only platform for culture. I believe there is some permeability between the platforms, but of course the situation varies according to different European countries. Now, there are countries that closed all their cultural institutions in the 60s, and now they regret it. What I think is that if we have stable institutions, it will help us maintain some continuity through hard times. We regularly invite theaters from Hungary, from Poland, and so we know how it works there with the grant system, and it is complicated. The grant system is complicated. If you have an institution, if times are hard, culture can still survive within those institutions. Cultural institutions are extremely important as havens of creativity. There are creative centers being born across our country. These are shared spaces with new capacities. These were the conditions. And I think there's a lot to be done in the renewal of infrastructure. Our infrastructure is still based on Austria-Hungary. These are very different, very varied perspectives. What I would like to touch upon is how to involve communities and people in the cultural life of a city from the perspective of big institutions like theaters. That's what you are speaking about. In Warsaw, we have a network of cultural houses that play an important role.
Muszą umieć pisać wnioski grantowe I starać się o duże
So, the question is how to engage people who do not know how to apply for a grant. And in Warsaw, we have these cultural houses that provides more spaces for local activities. And local people can come to these spaces with their activities, with their ideas. There is some basic equipment and organizational assistance for them. So the cultural house provides them with support. So we don't necessarily need to start new organizations. We have these cultural houses that play this role.
We discussing? Katarina?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you repeat the question,
You can
please?
react. No, to have a discussion. It was a discussion now, and if you want to react to that. Any reaction?
Oh, yes, of course. Well, I do. Models of cultural policies are very, as far as my knowledge goes, quite similar. We also have a lot of small cultural centers that were kind of, I would say, inspired by the French cultural model of the 60s. And they are embedded in local communities. And up until recently, they have been very closed. But there are ways to wake up local communities within them, especially by protecting them from being overly commercialized or trying not to freeze them in time in terms of way how they program their activities. But there has to be an incentive coming from inside. So it's not populating buildings or populating institutional formats with new actors. It's a kind of putting your ear to the ground, now speaking as, let's say, public administration or municipality, putting your ear on the ground as what is there. And I think Warsaw is giving good example. What is there and how can we make that live and thrive in their own environment? So, for instance, if there are groups who are around participative theater, let's give them spaces. Let's see how can young people use spaces for free of charge or for not a lot of money if there is something we can provide as an established institution. So how can we give, free time slots for basically anyone who fits our ideology or program? But the bigger picture now is also thinking the institution innovatively in terms of opening it even more to the future. So what we want to accomplish here is to kind of protect the institution from becoming completely dependent on the market, because there is too much culture on the market in terms of becoming too much commodified. But at the same time, we want to protect it from being completely conserved. So we want to open up those spaces which are porous, which kind of enable fluctuation of resources, but also of political and creative imagination, how to inaugurate, how to give spaces for new culture, to new movements, if you want to even talk about new avant-garde movements, to become established. So we have to find the cracks within the system and the kind of, find the space, how to push it, become more open, and then institutionalize it, not in the sense to make it conservative, but to let people thrive and let new movements emerge. for the young people especially, but also for everybody who wants to experiment through, you know, intermediate arts or some type of much more participatory arts. So I think when we talk about what the institutional imagination needs to provide, this is the type of space that I'm trying to advocate for. And I hope it can be fruitful for your discussions.
Zdenku, vy jste předtím mluvil.
Zdeněk, you wanted to go back to the topic of public cultural institutions, and Katarina speaks about opening up the space. What can be the role of current theatre? Will the new law enable theatres to become spaces? Of course, it depends on the director of the theatre and so on, but would it be possible for theatres to open up to people who would, for example, normally not even visit the theatre, but could it maybe attract people, new people, maybe new audience? I believe this is happening, and it should be happening regardless of the legal framework. I believe, as nothing was happening here in the last 20 years, there are big expectations, and we are expecting a lot from this new act on public cultural institutions. So right now we have only a very short definition of such a cultural institution. So let's not expect too much from this new act, because, as you rightly said, it always depends on people. It depends on people who are there, on their agenda, on their program, and this can change. I would like to support or emphasize the topic of cultural houses that were mentioned. Myself, I started in a small cultural house in a small town. So then you have people who come with an idea, and that's where you can help as an institution. And this is very helpful. Unfortunately, the vast majority of these small organizers, let me put it this way, it's a problem to get state grants to regions. Most grants for performing arts go or end up in Prague. I think it's about 80%. With COVID support, it was even more. It's not just the fault of the state, it's also maybe because local organizers are too shy, or if you organize the same event in Prague, it looks like it will have a nationwide impact, whether if you organize exactly the same event in a small town, it seems less important. So we should strengthen and professionalize these small units, small organizations, and these can include theaters. I think bigger institutions employ artists. They have performance halls, and my experience is that the infrastructure is not sufficient, and the bigger institutions will not have any free slots to offer to some newcomers. there are lighthouses of creativity that enable people to engage, to participate, and it starts with small events. You always have to start somewhere. So, Isabella and then Lukáš. I just want to say that even a local event can have a great impact. Lukáš? So 2 years ago I moved to Olomouc. So I came from a small town. Now I have the experience of living in a regional center, and there's a big difference, I have to say. And I can see that a big part of things are happening in Prague. I teach at university, I try to educate students, and I see that our graduates leave the city. That's one thing. Another thing is our theater festival, Flora, is getting less finance. For example, we are told that it's not necessary to bring German theater to Olomouc when there's already a festival of German-speaking theater in Prague, and in the end, quality people are leaving the city, and we cannot attract new people. It becomes a vicious circle. It would be really good to reflect on the Prague-centrism. We really have an issue with Prague-centrism. Well, in Olomouc, there's the issue of connecting or fusion between different cultural areas, which is what we do not want. But maybe if the system changes, it could be more efficient. My impression is that most people in Olomouc do not find the development helpful, but would the change of the framework really help? So the situation about the Philharmonics in Olomouc that you mentioned, this is based on a deep reflection. I hope people from Olomouc will not see me as a heretic. I'm not on either side, but I can see that what is happening there is quite rational. Zdeněk, it's always better to have 2 theaters in a city than 1, or 2 newspapers, 2 schools than 1. The question is what the municipality can afford. And is it efficient? Is it useful? And does the municipality have enough finance? So, as far as I know, this debate has been going on in Olomouc since the 90s, and it's hard because the theater in Olomouc, they never know whether they will be able to exist 1 more year or not. And I felt there was a need for a decision it's up to the local authority and to the municipality to decide whether they would finance 2 orchestras seated in one building, the same building. So we have new institutions that are being born, but none are being closed. The network of orchestras we have is quite rich, quite stable, and the process in Olomouc was quite honest. There is an agreement, an effort to make an agreement between the city and the region about the administration of the cultural institutions, and they are awaiting the new act. It's always about agreement, and the act will give them a tool to make these agreements. I'm from the region of Karlovy Vary, and I remember the closing of the theater in Karlovy Vary, and it really was a disappearance of a certain biome, and of course it's better to have 2 orchestras than 1, but can you justify that? Well, the 2 institutions will become 1. Any questions from the audience? Questions or comments? Thank you. I can't wait to express my comment. I believe there are basically 2 different approaches to public cultural institutions. If I understand it correctly, Katarina or Polish colleagues give examples about public being involved in cultural institutions, whereas our debate is about how to get more money in public institutions. And I'm grateful for the examples of public cultural institutions from abroad. Secondly, as far as the new law is concerned, my question is, will the new law bring the same results as the liberation we've seen in Vienna with the cultural holding? Or do we already have the legal framework to do that without this law? I think it's like building a new highway in the Czech Republic and in Poland. In Poland, they create a meaningful grant program to fulfill identified needs, and whereas we have been speaking about how to get more money to cultural institutions, we've been discussing this for 20 years here. I'm going to answer. It's very simple. I cannot tell what the law will look like once it's adapted, because it can still be modified. I do agree with you. We already have legal forms that could be used, just like in Vienna, in Graz, in Linz. There are limited liability companies with a 10-year agreement. So there's a 10-year agreement on financing. Let's make a survey. What if the Czech National Gallery was a limited liability company or a joint stock company? Are we ready to accept this? Some people criticizing the draft law are saying that it's actually hidden privatization. There are public services like public transport, which where we have joint stock companies, for example, that are owned by state. We do not have the status of a public good, but I agree with you. It could be a limited liability company. I have a question inspired by Katarina. She mentioned the necessity to politicize cultural institutions. This may sound quite provocative in our Czech context. Maybe in Poland the situation is different. In Poland the former government appointed its own directors to theaters. Here we have a more neutral policy, but I would like to ask our panelists, what is your view of Katarina's statement that cultural institutions need to be politicized again, and how? I understand the politicization in a different way. It's not about being dependent on the current people in power. The aim, the point is that cultural institutions should be political in the sense that they should understand that politics is important for cultural life, and in this sense, cultural institutions should not turn their backs to what is happening in the country. They should respond to what's going on in society and politics. It should not just be about culture and art, completely unrelated to politics. It is related. There are different agendas. Some are more conservative, some are more progressive, and we should be able to discuss values in culture. This awareness of politics is what Katarina meant, I believe.
Please.
Katarina, would you like to react?
Yes, of course. I do agree with the last intervention. I just want to say it really depends on what do we see as politics. So this is a highly, I would say, ideological question, and also the one that takes a huge discussion that we probably don't have time for now. But if we see politics as a realm of interests of a few, then no, we don't need to repoliticize the cultural institution. We don't need to give it away to, political parties to appoint their people. And in that sense, we don't need more politics in cultural institutions, but we need more democratic politics in terms of questioning the political agenda of the institution. To whom does this belong to? And this is as the title of the panel says. So it's very important not to understand politics one-dimensionally or just two-dimensionally as a realm of politics, but without democracy. So when I say that we need to repoliticize the cultural institution, is to bring back the essence of the institution serving to the people and people being actively engaged in the role of institution. That's it.
Tak, já myslím, že to bylo...
Lukáš, would you like to react? Of course. There's always politics in public space. So it's about politics as a public service or service for citizens, and very often this is not even mentioned in political discussions because these discussions are about interests of political parties. Only truly independent institutions can provide the space for free debate, just like free universities or free media, and that's what we are aiming for creating this independent space where this debate can happen. Culture is the best bearer of values. As our colleague from Warsaw said, theaters are institutions that have expressed their stance and their political views during COVID or during the war in Ukraine. Thank you very much. Now we will have a short 5-minute break before the next panel. 10 minutes. Okay, let's have 10 minutes. Many thanks to Katarina Pavić. Thanks to Lukáš Kubina, Izabela Jišinská, and Zdeněk Pánek. Many thanks. And I hope our next panel will be just as intense.
Došli, kteří se připojili, ať už tady.
So a warm welcome to everyone present, either here or online. We are about to start our second panel of the Forum for the Future of Culture, its second edition. And the title of this panel is Theatre as Caring for a Microbiome. Might sound a bit scary considering we are discussing theatre and culture here, but it's to be a metaphor about thinking about both visible and invisible factors when speaking about theatre or other areas of culture, and also as far as audience and local communities are concerned and how they function. We have here on screen a paraphrase of the definition of microbiome, and this is also how we will approach it. We will discuss issues that we hear all the time now about its sustainability, and it's also caring, which is related to sustainability when speaking about culture and cultural sector. I have here all my guests in person, no one is online, so I will be happy to introduce Lída Vacková, who is the director of Alt-Art. We would invite Lída either case. Alta has recently moved to its new premises, located some 5 minutes away from Pod Palmovkou Theatre. So I will be happy to know how you feel here and how you build new relationships. We also have here Adriana Světlíková, the head of Nová síť, New Network, a service organization for culture. And Adriana will no doubt present how they take care of themselves in their NGO, but we will also venture beyond Prague and into the regions, because your work focuses on organizations located in the regions. Then I have here Anna Praibišová, and she will take us away from the theater drama bubble and take us elsewhere. Anna is a manager and a publicist, and she focuses on women in art, their representation in art, what's their role, their visibility, their presence. And last but not least, we have here Matyáš Dlab, the only man of this panel. He is the artistic director of Terén platform, and this platform is part of the Center of Experimental Theatre, a Brno city-funded organization, but is quite independent in what it does. So it will be an interesting perspective on how an experimental project can function within a city-funded organization. I might ask Lída, our new local, to share with us her experience of arriving to this microbiome of Prague 8 and Palmovka neighborhood. I can imagine that it can be quite difficult for the team to move, to change places and build new relationships with a different community. So can you give us an insight? How did this move go, and what are the strategies you choose to map the environment, to map your audience for whom you create the cultural space, and how you create new relationships with the local community, be it the public, wide public, or other cultural organizations in your vicinity? Thank you. Wow, these are so many questions, so I will try to remember and answer them. So, when it comes to moving, we have this new motto, new claim, which goes always in movement, and we sort of start to dislike it. We didn't think it will mean that we will keep moving as moving premises. It also was meant as always moving. It's related to thinking or attitudes. So this would be perhaps in reaction to the first panel. Also, the awareness of movement and of change of perspective is something that we try to have, and we try to accept it and work with it. We were in a place that is now being developed, so we had to leave it. And And without a space, it would be very difficult. Although we assess this possibility as well, whether we need the physical space as well as the mental one, but we came to a conclusion that the physical space is of extreme importance, though strengthened by the mental space. So we found ourselves in an unpredictable, unstable situation, and we knew we couldn't remain where we were and keep functioning well, keep working on our projects. We decided to move, which was a risky thing to do. We knew we were trying to get a place. We didn't succeed in doing so, so there was this in-between stage and a double challenge. Because this change of space is also goes hand in hand with change of perspective, of views, etc. So when we moved to the Invalids, we had this huge state organization, the Cultural Heritage Institute. I spent a lot of time trying to get to a well-working form of cooperation, go with the present-day legislation, use the possibilities we have. We try to use what there is and work with it. So we were in the Invalids for a while. It was a big change for us, because previously we had 2 huge rooms, and then suddenly we had those 50 small rooms to work with. So the space was not the most appropriate. We also had to adjust what we do, sort of disperse the projects. So we became a sort of lab for a while. Little by little, it also incorporated more movement outwards. And in our experience, in order for it to work, the rules and borders and respect need to be well set, well defined. Otherwise you get eaten by everything that's around you. And this flow, this awareness needs to be there. In this location, we opened the doors to intersectorial cooperation. We were with organizations working with homeless people and other micro-minorities. And we also wanted to communicate with the community, just as our Polish colleagues mentioned. We are a kind of community cultural organizations. We do art, but we also try and work with the community around us. And here in the new location, it's confirmed again the importance of this approach. We now have a contract until 2035, so it's a longer term perspective. And our direction is cultivating the space. So we were all of us interested in what there is around us. We walked a lot around here, and in order to go and meet the actors, we met people from the Živá Libeň platform and infiltrated somehow. And I believe it's very important for us not to be a closed space. Of course, we do a certain kind of art. It's perhaps not for everyone, but we try a lot to work to construct bridges, to sort of offer those bridges for people, and they can cross it and find themselves in another place that may lure them with its energy or potential it has. So this is how we try and support the surrounding community. We had an evaluation meeting in Broumov of our entire team, and we discussed there a lot responsibility, organization of the organization, and the vision for the future, long term community, also minorities, and then the artistic life itself. Of course, there is also the issue of funds, so we need to look for bridges between independent culture and business, meaning, for instance, we have premises that we need to repair and it will cost 30 million. Have you discovered some specifics, specific character of the location as far as the community or the local audience is concerned? People seem very friendly here and willing to engage in cooperation. Sometimes they don't have the capacity to emit those impulses. Petr Dlouhý adapted this, and he really tries to push it forward. He invests his energy in it. So we speak more together. It's not like islands only. We engage with very small organizations such as Světová jedna. For instance, we have our winter office in their premises because we don't have heating in our building. So it helps them and it helps us. We bring the outside view, so it's a win-win approach, but you just need to change something in your head, in your mind. In the first panel, we touched the funded, non-funded organizations. So how about cooperation between you and the city-funded theatres such as this one, Pod Palmovkou Theatre? Do you see any possible synergies somewhere? I believe that it's there from the beginning, we both are members of the Živá Libeň platform, Live Libeň, and we both were involved in the Zažij Libeň, Experience Libeň Differently event. So, and I also think that we can be of mutual inspiration. So far in the future, so far we have those micro links between us, and I believe it's open for the future. My fantasy is wild, but I won't say too much. Adriana. New network, Nová síť, celebrates 20 years of its existence this year. Are you a culture institution at the age of 20? For those 20 years, we've tried not to be an institution, and listening to the first panel, the systems, networks, legislative form. In this relation, the new network is the opposite. We focus on those who do culture, who create culture, and provide care for them. We might sound too punk in saying that we don't want to have strict rules. It can provide us better conditions for functioning, for well-being, because we focus on things such as decentralization of the culture, care, networking, change of culture, practice, and so on. And what we need the most for this to function are the people. So we primarily care for the people. So when asked what is a new network, I say it's the office you come to when you have some troubles and issues, but it's also a regional network. And it's not just an association, it's more of a community. Donors sometimes don't like it, but I use the word community because our work is based on working with people and on relations, and we work a lot with people living in the regions who chose culture as a tool for change, be it social change or other. Some choose sport, some choose other things, but the people we work with chose culture as a tool for having a better life. As I was listening to the first panel and we spoke about Prague and Warsaw, etc., I thought we should be aware of the fact that decentralization is a big theme, a major theme now. It's a much healthier environment, better relationships. People are not so tightly tied in what they do. And I think it would be nice for people who live in the capitals to go, in Prague for instance, to go out and see what things are like in regions. Because yes, it is important to premiere in Prague, but to also go to regions or the other way around. Yes, there is a system of financing and everything is okay. This was mentioned, but in my opinion, this is not so at all. There is nothing sure. And despite that, the organizations we work with are very capable, are great managers. And feel free to stop me if I am too lengthy, because I can go on for a long time. But Nová síť, new network, is a network where we work with both funded and independent organizations, and I believe it has great potential, because eventually things are the same everywhere. The technical part of a conference might not be at its best because they don't have the means to get top quality, etc. So we are all in the same boat. So things can be changed if viewed from a different perspective, and it's of extreme importance to think about people who do culture. We need to focus on the systems, but also on those people, on the authors. And we are a very small country. We are not like Poland, which is huge. The mentality is different in the south and the north. Of course, here there are some differences too, but the energy here flows within a limited space. What happens in Ostrava is known within minutes in Prague, etc. So we can have a much more flexible system and conditions, only we don't have the consciousness to bring about the changes. We are afraid, actually, of changes. We don't want to enter into something that hasn't been tried and tested, despite the fact that a change could bring us to a better place. So I hope I wasn't too esoteric. You studied culture science, and now you presented a thesis that regions are developing, coming up, perhaps somehow chasing Prague, getting closer. So what is your perspective? What helped this situation to improve? Could it be the National Recovery Plan or others?
We should have a separate conference about the National Revival Plan. It was like getting high on something and then being in abstinence. That will be very harsh. You know, under the flame is darkness. So in the regions, they had a lot of time to experiment in a free environment. They were able to try out different mechanisms. Whereas in the bigger cities, people are wary. There is decentralization in the sense of management. It's not about artists being in regions. It's more about the people who organize, who lead the organizations. They need to tap into bigger cities or abroad. But I'm speaking about people who actively look after culture. And there's they represent big competition to people from Prague or other big cities. These people from regions, they go to festivals, they go abroad, and they are amazing. And regional festivals are really catching up on Prague festivals, for example. I think the reason for this is that they were not under as much pressure, so people were able to try out different things in regions. We have different ideas about a director of an organization, for example, and in the regions people were not so limited by these ideas. They were able to imagine that a woman can be at the head of an organization. We must get used to this, or it can be a collective of people. This is very healthy. I have another sub-question. How do you provide the care you mentioned when you look after your clients or in your own team? Concerning the care, we provide consultations, advice, and we are contacted, approached by people from the independent scene, but also from publicly funded institutions and by municipalities. Are you happy to connect these different sectors? We truly are. I'm asking because at last year's forum we discussed the limited capacities of cultural institutions. And this takes me back to the national renewal plan, which was a burden for everyone. Can you comment on that? We are happy that we are approached by different kinds of people because thanks to this we see that there are always people behind. There are people on one side providing the state money, and they have big responsibilities as well. And I talk to people from the cultural sector who complain about the state, and I tell them, look, there's just one person responsible for all this, so it's understandable. So it brings more understanding. We are an NGO. Maybe we should focus more on the sector of NGOs. The caring for people, that's a whole discipline. It requires lots of skills, like leading people, making people feel good. It requires sharing of experience. It means meeting the people from the regions. We organize huge meetings. It's a huge crowd, and the people know each other. They know each other's names. They share bad practice or even good practice. It's all about the networking, and this strengthens the capacities of cultural workers. This is extremely important, sharing the things, not keeping things to yourself, because we are collectively contributing to the environment. So you create a safe space, right? you create a safe microbiome. Yes. Matyáš. Terén. I believe we have touched upon different topics relevant to you as well. Would you like to comment? I think what can connect us a lot is the awareness of the relationships we are creating. And let's speak about it in relation to the platform Terén, which is a scene of the Center of Experimental Theatre since 2012. The opportunity to start this platform came about because there was a realization that we do not need a new theater as such. So we created this platform of an existing theater. It is a theater that has been active for 30 years. For me, the Center of Experimental Theatre is a space of experimenting what a municipality-founded organization can be. It is possible that the city of Brno doesn't even know, it doesn't even realize this, that they have an institution trying to establish new relationships between different actors in Brno. We are a city organization with sufficient financing, hypothetically, should be like that. In my view, we are a free agent moving around in the cultural tissue. We support different projects and we focus on relationships between cultural organizations that are publicly funded, for example, galleries, the Philharmonic Orchestra, academic institutions. We also collaborate with unexpected partners, like, for example, 3 weeks ago we ended an autumn project that lasted a few months, and it was a collaboration with a local sports community, which took place on in the sporting facility. So this shows that this collaboration is possible. We built this type of collaboration and we created something together. Maybe there will be a follow-up in the future. Now, speaking about aesthetics, the primary goal of Terén platform is creation and ensuring conditions for own projects created by Terén, which does not have a permanent stage or permanent team. So for each new project we collaborate with an existing stage or team. So each project is different. We are basically a theater organization, but we provide the background for current performative arts, which is much wider. It goes beyond performative arts. We have a dramaturgy series. And we have an internal plan which says that in our projects we want to create relationships with specific communities from the city. Could you mention a specific project besides the one you mentioned? Yes, for example, we are now researching networking communities from Brno and around Brno. It's a project we're preparing with Eva Koťátková and Magda Jiřičková. The project should be about institutional care for children. I'm an author in this project. Oh, there's another project in which I'm an author, and it will focus on fireman drama. It's a theater of firemen. So we are not a center of collaborating with socially excluded communities. It is part of our practice, part of what we do, but it's not our primary objective. We work with subcultures. For example, we collaborate with a community center called Bio-Siberia in Brno. It's a community of people around musical hardcore scene. We have a project about headbanging as a dance phenomenon. So for this we collaborate directly with the community. So there's a great variety among the groups we collaborate with. Some of the groups are defined by hobbies, for example, rather than a social exclusion. How do you choose the artists, and are they okay with going beyond the traditional theater scene? Yes, they are usually happy with it, and that's what we have tried to do from the beginning. I don't mean to provoke, but we have always tried to do things differently. So at first we communicate with authors, we discuss the different needs of their artworks, and based on that we create the conditions. This does not mean that we are able to suddenly find 14 million Czech crowns for a project, because suddenly it turns out it's needed, but there are things we can do. We can provide some conditions. You have mentioned some advantages of publicly funded organizations, mainly financial stability. Have you come across any limitations as a publicly funded platform?
No, tak je jakoby třeba pro mě, když budu tam mluvit třeba za sebe osobně.
So speaking personally, for me, it's hard. So I'm an independent scenic artist, and my work for Terén is something I really see as a public service. What is not easy for me is to work for the city, for the municipality of Brno. I'm being loyal towards our community project, and it is hard for me to be aware of this. What I meant is that maybe a publicly funded or municipality funded organization has to fulfill some rules, some parameters. Is this a difficulty for you? This is quite a specific detail that I appreciate, which is the fact that the Center of Experimental Theatre is probably one of the foggiest publicly funded organizations. There are a lot of questions. It's quite unclear how it should work, what are the rules. So there's this umbrella organization between Terén and the city, and that's a good thing that there's the mediator, the publicly funded organization. The city of Brno would never start such a platform as Terén, but they fund and administer the Center of Experimental Theatre, which has the mandate. They have the mandate. They can define how to realize their mission, and thanks to this, we are able to exist. So it's an umbrella that protects the lab, right? Yes, thank you. Now let's go beyond the area of theatre, the domain of theatre. I believe your research can be an inspiration for theatre as well, even if it's not your main focus. You focus on the representation of women in different artistic areas.
I don't have data from the theatre environment, but by what I understood, the situation is such that there is no gender equality the way we'd like to have it. And the research I dedicated myself to at the university in Rotterdam was about public institution and the representation of women artists in solo exhibitions and acquisition activity. So I studied 16 institutions that create their own collections here in the Czech Republic. So I have the National Gallery and the Museum Kampa plus one for each region. And I looked back 15 years. And it can seem dated, but the situation hasn't changed, not much. So I believe that the data is still adequate and up to date. And my conclusion was that out of the total of acquisitions that objects bought for the collections, only 17% were by female artists in this period of 10 years. In comparison with the United States, it was only 11% there, so we are in a slightly better position here. Solo exhibitions, on the other hand, had only 11% of women represented in public institutions, and in the USA it was 14%. I like to do these comparisons because the research started in 2018 and lasts until today, and it served as inspiration for my research here in the Czech Republic, because they also researched the acquisition activity of art institutions and solo exhibitions of American artists, and they also count in the global market with art. It's perhaps interesting to know that between 2008 and 2020, only 3.3% of global sales in the art market was by female artists. It's not surprising, but it's striking when you look at who are the graduates here in the Czech Republic. For instance, I included this into my research, and there were more female graduates, 62%, than male ones. So we can start asking questions. Where do the female artists disappear to once they graduate? How come they are underrepresented in collections, don't have solo exhibitions so often, etc.? In your research, you also included a historical perspective. We speak here a lot about the conditions in which institutions, cultural institutions, theaters and so on function. And you came to a conclusion that women are not so well represented or so well seen in the art sector. Why is it so? What are the conditions that prevent better visibility? Again, this could be a conference on its own, but we can look quite deep into the history where women had a traditional role, that is, taking care of the family, being mothers, etc. But these aspects are still present in present-day society, and they are the reason for unequal conditions that women artists face, just like women in other professions. So, for instance, once you have children, the women mothers drop out from the creative process, something that doesn't happen so often to men. It's due to the way the roles are set in the society. And also other issues such as not enough places in kindergartens, return of women back to work after their parental leave, etc. But going back to the historical context, you perhaps know Gombrich's history of art, and until its 16th edition, there was no female artist represented, which is a lie, because there were female artists in the past, of course. However, those stereotypical gender roles were much more required from women. They had to adapt to the society in order to be able to create. So very often the women artists would change their name, or they would use a male name to be able to sell their art, etc. In the past, female artists were daughters of nobles, noblemen. They didn't necessarily need to marry, or they could marry into a rich family and could afford to create. Surely someone from a poor background could not afford themselves to create. In the 1970s, Linda Nochlin, an art historian, asks for the first time, where have been all those female artists? It is impossible not to have any in the history of humanity. And this is when researchers would start to uncover the reasons why we don't see women artists. They didn't have equal approach. For instance, access to education. For instance, they couldn't participate in drawing classes with a nude model. It was considered inappropriate, and other. Until today, number of creators and managers view feminine artwork as of lesser quality. Historians of art would research history of art, and so the perspective was masculine, and women were overlooked. Perhaps some of you had classes of history of art and realize that women are not mentioned in the area of art. Last year, Katie Hassel, a British art historian, published a book on history of art without women. And we see that there were women artists throughout the history. Your research and activities related to it sort of restores the balance when taking women artists into account, both in history and now. I will now address myself to other panelists. Do you, in your daily practice and counter such imbalance, an issue imbalance that prevents the microbiome in which you operate to be healthy? Because the research we mentioned can be viewed as a possibility of redressing an imbalance. So is there anything similar that you deal with? But also, the research showed that when an institution is managed by women, the institution has more tendency towards buying works by women artists. It's also important to look at how collections are made, because these are the works of art that contribute to the historical value of the art and the perspective of it. The years I covered in my research included only 4 women directors out of 16 institutions. So it's just to add. In theater or in culture, this is an interesting phenomenon that we indeed have many women who are heads of theaters or managers. I recently participated at a conference and I did my small survey on how many women we have as heads of theaters in the regions. There were quite a few, perhaps 1/3. In Prague, it was reversed. It's the stereotype of the female perspective, but these positions are very badly paid.
Takže jako tam je ten problém v tom, že a jmenuje se to většinou vedoucí, kulturní manažerka, jo, jakmile tam
the title can be head of, director of, etc. When it's more of a director, then there are more men. In independent culture, sure, it is an issue. When I organize a conference, I try to have equal representation and give voice to everyone, be it artists' parents. Perhaps Lída from Alta could say a few things about it, and caring for artists' parents is important. We don't want to make parenthood a handicap. We want to make partnership possible for all social groups. I think the representation is not so bad, but I think the financial valuation is. Culture is also related to provision of care, and so it's much more related to women. These are the stereotypes we have, despite the fact that I'm simplifying greatly. I wonder what else to add. I think fine art might be a bit specific in the realm of culture. It's different to performative culture. There women often dominate, and also independent culture, just like Adriana says, is built on the fact of the possibility to do things differently. So it is easier to create conditions that can shift things forward. It can be nurseries and kindergartens within companies. It's the NGO area, and I feel like this is an old issue, really. Like, these organizations have dealt with these issues. In order to function, they had to set the environment somehow, and they knew how it is not set, so they set it differently. And many people work in the NGO sector because it offers greater flexibility. It offers you the possibility to keep working despite perhaps part-time. I have what I hope is my last daughter, who is 1.5 years old, and I keep working. I didn't stop working when I had kids, and it was thanks to me working in an environment that I could co-create and co-define. From its very beginning, ALTA's focus is to make the work accessible at any age. It's not only about being a young parent, it's also about being an elderly person. We want the environment to be accessible for people with different needs. As Matyáš said, it doesn't need to be a handicap. It can be just a different life situation you encounter. I will just briefly share the situation as we know it. We've been active for 4 years now, and so our operation is sort of smooth, but of course it keeps changing, both in relation to what we do, how we spend our working hours, and we also try to improve things, becomes more human. In some ways, we are doing things well. That's the work within our team. We don't have a very sophisticated system or a method as to how to relate to one another, but we are a very small team, so we can still solve many things collectively. It won't be possible for much longer. We are now 17 people, but we keep everyone informed. Everyone can identify themselves with what they do. But of course, it's complicated to work with someone and have an intimate relationship, interhuman relationship with them on a daily basis. But we know what their needs are, their duties, be it their studies or other work, because we have people who combine work in our organization, or they care for someone. For instance, I am a co-parent of a daughter aged 3, and the collective enables me to juggle these two things together, a full-time job and taking care of my daughter. And when it comes to the public, I think we have a lot that we can improve. It includes endorsing projects that don't view culture as a top exclusive experience, but rather as something that can be part of our daily life. We can participate in an art communication on a daily basis, perhaps. It can be a way of spending your free time that would be much more accessible, and this is direction, a path we would like to take. Increase the time we spend with other people in long-lasting situations, improve the accessibility for people who can't participate at events that start at 8 p.m., 7:30 p.m., cost 800 crowns, etc. So this is something we would like to focus on more in the future, sort of offer more of daily art.
Now let's open up the space for questions or comments from the audience. Please wait for the microphone. Thank you for explaining how it works inside the team. I have a question for Lída and Adriana. How can you care also inside the organization to ensure well-being within the organization? That's quite complex. It's not easy. We have 8 people in our team, and it's good to realize that people come and go. It's normal to have some fluctuation. If someone joins your team, it doesn't mean they will stay there forever. I have to say, I keep learning this discipline. I think my colleagues would agree. We try to communicate a lot. We have meetings of the whole team, and we try to give enough space to everyone so that everyone knows what the others are doing, how much work they have. What is important for me, this is my own know-how, is to be in a tandem with someone else. So collective leadership. We have lots of projects, and it's good when you work in a tandem with another person, so you don't feel like it's all on your shoulders. I also need someone else to be behind my back. If I feel there's a problem, I talk to the responsible person, or if I feel something was not right, I just go and talk to the person. We clear things up. I will say, you know, is there a problem? Did I say something wrong? And we try to clear things up. I have to feel good in my job because I spend so much time there. So as soon as I detect some troubles, I have to do something about it. There were many people that left our team already, but we always parted on good terms. I always try to make it work for everyone. If you care for people outside, for the clients, you must feel good within the organization. It's like when you're a therapist. So sometimes we go for a trip together. We are going now to Nichebod, to the glassworks. It's like being home with your family, sharing a cup of coffee, going for a trip. It's about people once again. In the end, it's up to the leader, of course. Of course, I lead the organization, that's for sure, but I try to make everyone feel okay. I think this is part of leadership. Thank you for this question, and thank you for sharing your know-how. We mentioned sustainability or some values of cultural organizations. And sometimes my feeling is that we take on the agenda and we push it on the recipients, and we have no energy left for us, for our teams. So this topic is very important. Lída. Adriana already mentioned the key points that I agree with. What I find very important is that I try to feel good, to be okay, to be comfortable in my work, because there's a lot to do. And during COVID, we had a series of crises, and we were in the crisis management mode. We were looking for alternative solutions, and suddenly there was more and more money in the system. What I try to do is to be aware of the limits. And as we have heard, money is not everything. There are also the capacities of the team. And I try to say no when it's necessary, because our team and our budget has doubled in the last 2 or 3 years. Now there are 12 of us, it's the core team, and altogether there's 20 of us. So that's a big growth. So I had to start putting limits to ideas about new projects. We just had to say no, we are not able to do this with this team. And even if we hired more people, we are not able to train them every 6 months. So it could be limitless, but it isn't. You must say stop at one point. Some of us are not able to say no, and we need to learn to say it to each other. In the last year, we've been trying to be responsible with the transformation, and we try to somehow artificially set limits to find who we are. And I need to work with a team who knows what they are doing and why they are doing it. So if you do too much, you lose this awareness. We have a commitment from the city of Prague about how many events we have to organize, but we have no such commitment from the ministry. So, for example, next year we have the commitment to organize 110 events, and I thought, what if we try to organize just these 110 events? Because in reality we have 400 of them. The thing is that we are so creative, we have so many ideas, and this can be dangerous. You have the team, the different people that make up the team, and our team is quite big already, and we try to catch the moment when we start a project where people can really see whether they identify with the project or not, and when they can still say, stop, I'm not identifying with this project. Myself as the leader of an institution, I feel there's a lack of points of reference or some reliabilities compared to state-funded institutions. NGOs lack sometimes this structure you could rely upon, and when the organization grows, you start to feel this lack of structure. I'm speaking personally. So sometimes I'm not sure who is responsible for what, or sometimes the rules are not clear. There's a term of office, and I have no term of office, for example. I would love to have it. I'm trying to introduce a term of office for myself, to have this vision that one day it will be over. What we are doing right now is, so when someone leaves our team, we try to make it in such a way that the person leaves something behind them, and that new staff can directly continue with this work. Or we are trying to have a set of written values, to have them as a reference. I'm very much intrigued by this, and I would like to go deeper into values. And the question is also how to share these values. I want the members in our team to know what our values are, what we are trying to do. So care is actually most of my time. It's about care and administration. So our time is almost up. We have time for the last comment or question. I'm not part of the theater scene, but I really like your approach to care, and I think the fine arts could really get inspiration from you.
jako skupinu, ale jako na té úrovni jako institucionální, to takhle prostě jako
on institutional level, there is no care for artists or for groups of artists. I really like how it works in theater. This could be a great inspiration for the future. Great, so theater can be an inspiration for fine arts and vice versa. I hope that once we wake up from the trip, as Adriana has mentioned, it will not hurt too much. Thanks to all of you for sharing your experience. Let's meet again after the lunch break at 1 o'clock.
Tak dobré odpoledne.
Good afternoon. Welcome to everyone who joined us in the afternoon of the Forum for the Future of Culture. We will now start our third panel, which we call Davids and Goliaths in Cultural Diplomacy. So we were asked who are the Davids and Goliaths in this panel, and we will see that shortly. We have 3 panelists here in person and 1 online, and hopefully everything will work just fine. So I'm very happy to welcome here Jitka Pánek Jurková, an expert in culture diplomacy, but not only on the theoretical level, but also practical one. Jitka, you were active in the Czech Center in Brussels during the Czech presidency, which must have been an interesting experience, and we will get to it shortly. But what's perhaps more interesting for our colleagues here interested in international collaboration is the fact that you are the upcoming director of Czech centers. So we will be interested in your vision and what Czech centers can offer to Czech art and theater. Then we have here Bek Berger, a co-curator of the International Festival of Contemporary Performance, Homo Novus, in Riga, but she's a very international person, so it will be certainly very interesting to hear her experience, as she is involved in a number of international projects and networks. So we are looking forward to get to know Bek's perspective on collaboration in theatre. We have a very gender-wise balanced panel, as we also have 2 men, Daniel Přibyl, who is the director of Prague City Theatres. You do a lot of international collaborations, and you actually use the term cultural diplomacy on your website, which is not a usual site. Not many theaters use this term, despite the fact that they have international collaborations. So we will be interested in knowing more. And then the most courageous member of our panel, Monika Lederová from Goethe Institute, had to refuse because of her health condition. So we were looking for someone who would have an insight into Czech-German relations, which is important for our context. So I would be happy to welcome Emil Rotemel, who is a freelancer in theater It has a Czech-German background and is a living example of the connection between Czech and German environment. So looking forward to see your perspective of things. So this panel's theme is a story where someone wins, someone loses, someone's starting position is more difficult. And in this panel, we would like to look at who's well prepared at the international scene, who has to make a greater effort in order to be seen, what can each one offer to the international environment, what are the strengths and the weaknesses, and we will certainly touch upon the possibilities of collaboration within the theatre. I would first address Jitka Pánek Jurková and her international perspective. Czech centers promote theatre, but of course also other cultural areas, science perhaps in the past. So could you sort of give us an overview of what there is and tell us what are our strengths in relation to the international environment, and how is theatre and new circus performative arts doing? Thank you. I'm very happy to see all of you. I will start very simply. Czech centers have the opportunity to work with the entire spectrum of culture. Nowadays, culture diplomacy is not having musicians playing or a famous singer performing. It's about working with the entire context, is promotion of scientific achievements and starting science collaborations, and theatre, of course, is part of it as well. Theatre is a very specific and complicated genre when it comes to culture diplomacy. I used it in a limited way in Brussels because it's a genre that's costly. In most cases, its visibility for international audience is limited unless you fill up a huge hall. But you could invest $750,000 or $1 million for 250 people. So from a quantitative perspective, it's quite costly and it's a little. But if we put statistics aside, it's a genre that's also complicated from the perspective of international collaboration. Long-term international collaboration is better than one-time performance. It's good to have artists collaborating on longer term, and this is not very simple to do in theatre. You need some technical conditions to be met. Often it's a finished, ready product that is more complicated to open up to something new, especially in comparison with music and so on. And finally, for instance, in the Belgian context, it is quite difficult to offer a Czech production to Belgian dramaturgists. They are well advanced in their theater making, but this is the Belgian context. We did have a few projects, though, during the Czech presidency. We eventually decided to bring the play by Davidské Theatre, which is called The Elegance of Molecules, and it has this specific Belgian context because it is about a Czech-Belgian research project. So we had here the Czech professor, Mr. Holly, and the Belgian researcher, Leclerc, who still lives in that place where we performed, and it made sense to use this very specific context. So I think this is a very good example, but often it is difficult to find a story that would make sense. If you look at Czech art in general, what is the most attractive goods, if you want? Often you have to solve the dilemma whether to use something that's attractive or whether to open up new angles, new perspectives. Of course, Czech classical music is something that's well known and loved in many countries. We try to add the layer of Czech contemporary music to sort of change this narrative of conservative country with beautiful art. We want to open up a little. But of course there are also computer games which are a follow-up of Czech animation. There are many possibilities, in fact. What is your vision for this network of Czech centers for the future as the upcoming head of Czech centers? What can we expect? This is a very complex question. Again, I will try to give a simple answer, and I'm looking forward to a discussion afterwards. Czech centers, just like any other state institutions, will have to think about their strategy and priorities. We try to come forward to everyone and everything, and then we can't do anything properly. I think this is a general problem, and it's a strategic mistake in my view. So now in the first quarter of the next year we will write a strategy, narrow things down a bit, and use the resources which are limited but not negligible. I believe that in February we will organize a meeting where we will hear your needs and ideas, and we will try to find a meeting point that would make sense to all sides. I will now pass the floor to Emil. He's the latecomer, but he also is the one who needs to leave soon. So I will give him the floor, and then to Bek. Emil represents a freelancer operating both in Czech and in Germany. we have some dramaticians, actors who became politicians, but Emil's trajectory goes in the opposite direction. He studied political science and then went into theatre, and he is also active in the Prague Theatre Festival of German Language, a cultural institution these days that dates back to the 1990s and whose aim was to redress those complicated Czech-German relations. So perhaps I would touch this first and ask about the festival, what has remained, what is different, because when it started, the time and the cultural contexts were different. What I thought was interesting is your mention of whether Czech theatre has something to offer in the international context, and then I will go back to your question. As an intruder, sort of, I could often feel and hear, oh, in Germany everything is bigger and better and so on. But I feel it's not so. I believe that every culture has its own dramatic language, and it can be inspiring in different ways to different people and to different cultural contexts. And this is also why the German Theatre Festival is still relevant and important, in my opinion. It can bring performances that people wouldn't have the opportunity to see otherwise, and it's different dramatic language and has different impact on the audience here. And I think this is interesting, and of course it works the same way when Czech dramatic production is exported to another country. Sure, not many people get to see it, sure it costs quite a lot, but if it becomes a dialogue of professionals, then the context increases and the influence doesn't stop there with that one-time performance. Since last year, the festival has started an open call for students. This is something very close to my heart, and it enables the young authors to show their work. It's now one performance, but it may be more in the future, and we might see a shift in what is interesting for the authors. This is also why I believe that festivals are important. They bring the impulses of different dramatic vocabulary, and it can be a great source of inspiration. At least it is for me, and a great contribution for my life and work. Some of the performances I saw touched me very deeply, and I keep going back to them when thinking about theater. But sure, there are also Czech performances that influenced me in such way. I hope I answered your question. Is there a specific trait to Czech theater that can be interesting for German theater? Is it something that actually makes sense asking those bilateral relations, or are we so deeply in multicultural reality that bigger, smaller country or language group make no sense anymore? Doesn't make sense to put them in those categories. I think we will, unfortunately, still have to think about that. At least from the position of two different countries. I'm saddened by it, but Czech Republic is not as important for Germany as Germany is for Czech Republic. I was born in Bremen. My mom is from Prague, so I've known cultural diplomacy since I was a kid. When we went to Prague, for many people this was the only word they knew. They were very little aware of the Czech cultural context. So just to raise the awareness that this is a space that exists can represent a lot of effort. But I believe it's worth it, and I think these days the authors have higher self-esteem. To use the metaphor of David and Goliath doesn't really work so well here, but we don't necessarily need to be the small ones waiting to be invited somewhere. What we do here has its rightful space. Thank you. It's indeed important not to enclose ourselves in this narrative of a small, unimportant country. The Association of Independent Theatres organized a conference in July. The platform of Czech and Bavarian collaboration was created there, and it was very interesting to see Bavarian colleagues who were very surprised upon discovering the Czech independent stage, and they were surprised at what's being created here with limited resources. So yes, just as you said, it's important to really confront the realities and not just narratives. Dan, you didn't answer openly whether you were Goliath or David, and I will leave it up to you whether you want to answer or not. Before joining Prague City Theatres, you were active in Divadlo Letí, and international collaboration was a big part of what you were doing, and I believe you also have experience with collaboration with Germany, so you can start there, or with international collaboration in general.
I would shortly describe what we are doing right now, and then I will speak more generally. With my colleague Michal Dočekal, we have a simple slogan about cultural diplomacy. We say it's like ticket to the fitness center. If you want to build muscles, you must go there regularly. And what I see frequently is that international cooperation is just a proclamation, or it is initiated by some artificial means like European grants or so on. For us, international cooperation must have two qualities. Firstly, moral grounding. That's the key thing. We must fulfill an idea with all mistakes and errors that are inevitable, but without a clear direction we would not be trustworthy, and that's the second main quality we are trying to fulfill, that is trustworthiness and predictability for our foreign partners. Thanks to this, during those 6 years, me and Michal have done a lot of work in different European countries. Since March 2022, our main objective is to support Ukraine, the Ukrainians and Ukrainian artists, of course. And this is precisely why the organization has to be trustworthy and has to be morally grounded. For example, our clear philosophy being trust in Europe. There's a lot of skepticism around Europe these days, and our view is very, very clear. Our position is very strong in this regard. Our international collaboration has 3 pillars: networking, bilateral cooperation with theaters, and co-productions. That's the most complex level of cooperation. So first there's networking, then we get to know the partner, or the partners get to know each other, and then we can start some more complex co-productions. Every year Prague theaters do about 3 international co-productions. So in the last 2 years we've been focusing on Ukraine, but we also have long-lasting cooperations with theaters in Kosovo, Croatia, Slovenia. We mostly focus on countries of similar size or importance. We've had many Czech-German co-productions, but then we realized that the German partners didn't need us, really. We realized that to build a big co-production project, it is much better to connect theaters from smaller countries. We did a co-production with the Berlin Volksbühne, and in such a case, you know that if you are not there, the project will happen anyway with someone else. Then there are co-productions that bring advantages to both parties, not just economically speaking. There are co-productions of 2, 3, 4 countries, and we try to ensure that all the parties enjoy it. What we don't want to happen is that only one party profits of the co-production. So the most recent co-productions between Czechia and Slovakia, Czechia and Slovenia, or Czechia and Germany, we always try to stage the performance with artists from both countries, from both theaters, and to stage it in both countries. So this is what we are trying to do. It costs money, I have to say that. It's an investment. And in the long term, it will pay off. So you really need to invest, and you need trustworthy institutions that are able to invest in these co-productions. And I think independent theaters are very much disadvantaged, because if you are financed from a grant, which you have for 1 year, how can you guarantee to your foreign partners that you will be able to keep your promises and commitments? That's a big problem. There are many obstacles. When a theater of your size wants to do international cooperation, what is the administrative charge? I've heard there are lots of forms you need to fill in. So what do you get back from all these investments? Well, in every part we get something else from it. We are members of the European Theatre Network. Then there's the European Theatre Convention. We chose not to join this network. We prefer the other one. The Union of European Theatres is smaller. It has 12 members, and it is based on active cooperation between members. Of course, we collaborate more with some theaters than others. For example, Polish or Portuguese theaters. We don't get on so well with Serbian theaters. We do not have the same views on Ukraine, for example, but that's normal that you have a clash of views. And so that's the benefit of networking. We know about each other. We have the topography of Europe, which we maintain. Then there are bilateral exchanges, and that's when you find out that some theaters are great friends and you want to make the friendship stronger. And then you have the level of co-productions. And in the case of co-productions, after 4 or 5 years, you get the money back even, because the performance goes to different festivals and you get at least a part of the costs back. So the benefit is not just artistic but operational, I would say. Thank you. Bek is someone who, besides other international activities, told me about the international network of small countries, and I asked her if we could also enter this network, join it, and she surprised me when she told me, no, your country is too big for the network, which really turns our perspective around, because we still see ourselves as a small country, but there are even smaller countries. This theme of being small is very present in our culture. It's part of our identity. So this was very, very interesting for me to hear. And it completely shifted my perspective. Bek, what is your vision of international cooperation? I know you are active in different formats of cooperation, so maybe tell us first, what is the current trend? We've heard about co-productions, networking, hosting. What is the most frequent format of cooperation right now for you?
Thank you. Sorry, I just have to wait for the translation to come through. So I can hear myself now. 1 second.
But we can hear you. It's fine.
Okay, let's see. Okay, you can hear me. Okay,
yes,
perfect. I can't see you, so I'm talking to a screen and imagining you all there in the room in Prague. Hi, I'm Bek Berger. I am currently in a place called Muunamaki, which is a forest about 250 kilometers outside of Helsinki, near Turku. I live in Riga in Latvia, and I'm from Melbourne, Australia. So this description of the uber international feels extremely fitting right now. Yeah, so I guess the position I'm going to talk from is one as the current artistic leader of the New Theatre Institute of Latvia and the co-curator of the festival, the International Festival of Contemporary Theatre Homo Novus. So for those that aren't aware of the institution and the festival, we are the International Performing Arts Festival of Latvia. We happen every September and have been since '95, which, if those who know about history, is quite radical as an international theatre festival for our region in the Baltics. I've been very lucky to be working as an artist in the festival, and then eventually artistic leader since 2020. My approach to the international is maybe not, let's say, conventional, but one that kind of requires an invitation of magic, reciprocity, friendship, love, radicality, experiment, and again, trying to utilize the resources we have in Latvia, both financial, personal, intellectual, things that come in different volumes when you're from a smaller country. So when we talk about country size or language size, Latvian residents is 1.8 million. So we are, let's say, much smaller. I'm going to use some slides just because I can hide from the screen a little bit by using slides, but also try and describe some of the things I will talk about briefly. So when we talk about a view on a different kind of international collaboration, we are constantly centering Latvia and the idea of building contemporary culture locally. So this is an example of a collaboration that we had during lockdowns in 21 with Tim Etchells. We ended up doing collaboration with Tim, leading a group of people online, a group of artists and dramaturgs, playwrights, to infect Riga with new neon signs in Latvian. These Latvian signs have then, neon signs have then toured around the country. Again, this wonderful collaboration with an incredible theatre maker, Tim Etchells from Forced Entertainment. So working remotely to bring the international inside, and also at the same time working on our, also mentoring artists locally. We have very different, with the International Festival, we of course would love to bring the totally epic every single time, but again, financial resources doesn't allow us to bring the super big shows often, if ever. But what we like to do is create new moments of performativity and relations with international artists. So how do we utilize the talent and the expertise locally to ignite something remarkable with international voices and aesthetics? So this is the closing ceremony of the 2021 festival, which quite radical, holding hands. And this was by San Francisco choreographer Keith Hennessy. So where am I trying to go with here? So at Homo Novus, and then also the New Theatre Institute, we are trying to find new ways of exchange and reciprocity. And that often means that we are working with different institutions, different financial bodies, and different configurations, constellations with multiple different countries that haven't necessarily happened before. Of course, we are a beneficiary of Creative Europe, and we currently have 4 Creative Europe projects and 1 Creative Europe platform. So this is obviously a financial mechanism that we do enjoy. However, we are constantly looking for other champions and other people to make work and to create different aesthetics and influences on our local environment, and then bring us internationally as well. wonderful German artists from karaoke, working with our local drag king collective. Sorry, let me just scroll. I've got to get to the photos, the right ones. A lot of karaoke in the last couple of years, but it's a very important cultural diplomacy tool, I would say. This is an image from one of our projects, which is called the Book of Riga, or Riga's Gramota, which was part of a series of works in collaboration with Antti Festival in Kuopio in Finland. So we managed with the Antti Festival, which happens directly after us, to use a Finnish financial mechanism to create 4 co-productions a year for the last 2 years. So by inviting the Finnish Ministry of Culture and Finance to finance both of our festivals and artists to travel to each other's countries. So delivering a project in Riga and then delivering a project in Kuopio in Finland. And this has brought not only our cities closer or our festivals closer, but financially this is very big benefit to us locally in Latvia, of course, but also for the artists to create 2-week touring opposed to the normal kind of 1 gig scenario. So we're also looking for different equitable ways to invite artists to work with us and others. These are some photos of our project with Rosendal Theatre in Trondheim in Norway. I know that there are many people in the room, if not everyone, that has been a recipient of the EEA grants, this Liechtenstein, Iceland and Norway grants. With this grant, we trained 10 teenagers to be international festival directors. So 5 Latvians and 5 Norwegians. They directed the final weekend of Homonovus last year and then directed Bastard Festival in Trondheim this year. That also meant that both Latvian artists and Norwegian artists got to travel to both areas. And actually we had Sodja Lodki, so a friend of most of you, I'd assume, was one of our mentors. So we could collaborate with her throughout, and were able to also invite Damo students to work on this project. So yes, we had 10 teenage curators, but the kind of environment around this project meant that there was a Polish, Czech, Finnish, Latvian, Norwegian, many different collaborators and artists and curators from across the region working on this project for almost 18 months. Yeah, they are. They're incredible. If anyone's looking for teenage curators, we have 10 remarkable ones. The last project I want to talk about briefly is the Baltic Takeover. This was a collaboration that I initiated in 2020. After moving to Latvia, I was quite intrigued and a little bit shocked that there wasn't such big cross-border collaborations in performing arts currently in Latvia, or at that time, particularly around this next generation or this younger generation. And as a solution to this, along with many Finnish colleagues, designed this project where we took over Helsinki. So we spent 1 year with the Baltic artists. So there was 9 artist groups, so 3 from each country selected. We had 1 year of residencies, a residency in each of our countries, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and then Finland. And then in June of this year, we took over the city. So Kiasma, Anantalo, Takamo, Virus, Madhouse Helsinki, and then worked with the theatre info, dance info, and circus info to promote the festival. So where Baltic work is not necessarily being invited radically all over the region, we made the only opportunity for ourselves. And now the aim with the Baltic Takeover is that we can take over any city in Europe. That is the end of my presentation. I don't even know if I answered the question, if I'm completely honest.
You did.
Did I answer the question?
You did, and I can ask more. Děkuju.
Many thanks. The example from the Baltic states was not chosen by accident. It was done on purpose. The different panelists described their everyday practice, and I wanted actually to have some comparison. We consider ourselves as part of the Central European region. We have the International Visegrad Fund for Central Europe, the Baltic countries, have their own region and also alliances with Scandinavian countries, and this enables smaller countries to be more visible and more present on the international scene. Do you think this is a path that has a future? Do you think the international environment has changed? The war in Ukraine has put more focus, of international focus, in Central and Eastern Europe. Do you feel that something is changing in diplomacy, cultural diplomacy, and are the conditions for our presence on the international scene changing?
Jsme to viděli, já jsem to viděla ve své práci úplně zřetelně.
Yes, I saw it very clearly in my work. The Czech presidency started soon after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and Czech centers coordinated very fast between themselves, and we created a very functional program of long-term residencies for Ukrainian artists. One of Ukrainian directors lives in what used to be our children's bedroom, for instance, and it was very clear that the departing position, which we keep on saying is that, oh, we don't interest anyone in the West, changed at this moment. And what I was experiencing as a difficult point, meaning us Czechs not being sexy enough because we are not London or Paris, and we are not exotic enough either because we are not a former colony, and so we are just this like gray middle that no one sees. So this tendency has shifted since. Of course, my perspective is based on this Brussels discourse, but the attention has shifted indeed to our region. So the Visegrad financial tool is an interesting paradox, because from the political perspective, Visegrad is a completely impotent body. But it is a form of cooperation in a region where we are not used to cooperate. It's not something that would be well anchored in our system, political and other. So I wondered whether there is a platform or a magazine, Central European one, that would communicate to the West our attitudes and opinions, because there is an interest in that. And if there were a political consensus, it should be quite easy to have tools also for collaboration in the cultural sector. But I believe it is relevant to ask whether we need such tools, whether it makes sense. Thank you. I believe it is important to mention this here. I think not everyone in the cultural sector is aware that Visegrad is a toxic brand in the political sector, because in culture it works very well. But it's an important aspect that we need to be aware of. It's a bad brand, despite it being, for us, a great tool in culture sector. There were attempts at Central European cooperation, but then the political consensus was what brought it to shore. There are limited means, different priorities, and it was very difficult to come to some agreements. Daniel, what is your perspective? Central Europe, Visegrad countries, etc. Is it something positive or negative that keeps sticking to us? I think this is why cultural diplomacy is so wonderful. It enables us to look at what we do and how we experience it through the optics of other countries. It is one of my passions to ask people what they know from Czech culture, what interests them when I go somewhere. I ask them whether they know a director, an important figure, etc. And I'm always surprised by the answers. We had this discussion with journalists from prestigious newspapers such as Guardian, and they immediately said Helena Třeštíková. I didn't expect that coming. They knew many of her films. There was a heated discussion about it, about what they considered as something uniquely Czech. So what used to be political constructs originally, political structures, can change. We first try to have a content and then look for possibilities of co-financing, etc. In the early 2000s, people would come and say, oh, there is a grant, we can get $500,000, let's go and figure out something. And we would create those projects which we called Euro Tomatoes. So this sort of Eurodrama. And this is something we try to stay away from now. In the Balkan countries, and I mentioned Slovenia, Croatia, Macedonia, and others, these are countries that are very open, and they see us as a good example of the democratic path towards the West, and they have this trust in us. They think they can learn from us, which is a very pleasant position to find yourself in. And after COVID, the exchange with Poland has intensified. I must admit, I don't know what we owe this to, but this curse that was there for so many years, that had a hint of despect, of mutual despect in it, and an accessibility of Polish theatre for us, which was expensive and difficult to bring in. We had Polish director working here in Pod Palmovkou Theatre. It's an exception, it's not a rule, until recently at least, and it has changed. Well, cooperation with Hungary, on the other hand, has come to a halt, and we know why, and we will see what the cooperation will be with Slovakia. We've already had a very negative experience with only a few weeks back, with a political order that we certainly don't want to be part of. And I'm thinking about your question concerning Ukraine and whether it brought more focus on us. We are international, and we have colleagues in Porto, and when we meet as members of the Union, it always interests me how they see Europe from their end of the world, the Finnish terra. And sure, they are pro-Ukrainian, but they have their problems with immigrants from Mozambique, from Cape Verde, etc. So this war is a global one, and our problems with Ukraine may interest maybe 1/3 of the world, and I'm not speaking in numbers here. So this is why we set Ukraine as the most important theme, and we did lose some sponsors due to it too. A big bank didn't want to adhere to it. They had issues with us having the Ukrainian flag hoisted and so. But when the war is over, we have so many contacts that I believe that we will have great exchanges coming. Next year we have first projects when the first courageous artists will go to Kyiv or Lviv and work on projects there. So I do believe that Ukraine will be our new, very close partner in the best sense of the word, a partner that has deep trust in us. In Prague, we like to call ourselves the center or the heart of Europe, but I know that the Baltic countries also see themselves as Central Europe. So what is Central Europe for you, geographically speaking, but also global, on the global political scene?
I think this is for me. Sorry, maybe I got it incorrectly.
Yes, it's for you, the question. Yeah.
Okay, so good. Multiple languages, wonderful. If I understood correctly, it was the question of whether the Baltics see themselves as Central Europe. And I would not say that's the case. And actually, like, I think we are very much on the periphery, no? Like, geographically, when we talk about the Union, we are on the periphery. We're on the border of the European Union. And that often means that we are, on the edge of things. Obviously, that is politically, since February of last year, like, has been quite moments of total uncertainty, but also often that we are really fighting to come and be invited into the center or towards the West. So it's sometimes easier to be working actually on the periphery with the other peripheries, so with the other Baltic states, with Finland, with Sweden, than it is sometimes to manage to get to even our other borders within, or very other close borders of Poland. And of course, Czech Republic is not so far at all. But yeah, I wouldn't say that we consider ourselves the center at all. And I think maybe just to return to the point before around this new network of small countries, which is called GLEN, the Great Little European Network. The reason we founded this network is because we found that it didn't matter how much money there was, but actually being a small country and having a different size education system, having a different kind of awareness of the cultural complexity or theatrical aesthetics affected our ability to cross borders and to get inside some of the bigger countries. So the network is Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Iceland, Kosovo, Slovenia, and Luxembourg. So within the 8 of us, no, we have Luxembourg and Iceland which has a dramatically different financial situation than some of the other ones within the network. No, that they have the financial mechanisms for distribution of work or awareness of artists, but still the fact of us being small is what brings us together. And what we found recently, we had a meeting at the Latvian Theatre Showcase, that even just being able to say that we are part of Glen, that it made us feel bigger. And that sense of self-confidence or being part of this larger ecosystem is actually really important. So I like this idea of coming into Glen, and that we also then become not just the periphery, but the center, and then the total periphery. If we also think about Iceland, that we can be all these things all at once and represent, trying to represent the complexity of each other together, opposed to these little, well, not little voices. I think we're quite loud, but there's less of us, so we will never have the same volume as France or Germany or even Czech. Like, we cannot yell as loud. No, we just have less people, and thus less resources as well. I hope that answered the question.
Yes, thank you. Ta poznámka o tom středu byla daná tím, že
the remark about the center was due to some branding material that I came across, and it surprised me that Baltic countries were promoted as Central European countries. Daniel? Yes, I just want to mention that the Baltic countries are a great example for us, because after joining the EU, they've invested heavily in promoting themselves in Europe, letting Europe know about them. It happened, the same thing happened in Romania. There was this huge wave of Romanian film. These were concepts of national cultural policy that were very successful. Slovenia tried to do something similar. It was a great impulse for those countries, because joining EU was a great opportunity to presenting their culture and exporting it. Of course, you cannot maintain it throughout the years, but as Bek mentioned, the names of the small countries, I would agree, yes, these are the countries we work with and we are attractive for. We have a partner theatre, which is the National Catalan Theatre in Barcelona. We go there to draw inspiration. We send there our employees to do their internship there. We can learn from them. They are institutions with the same budget as our Ministry of Culture, so it's a great opportunity to learn things. And another strong trend is an exchange of people who dedicate themselves to creative learning, education in theatre. So we do these European exchanges, which enable the people to get experience in a field which is being created here now and is already functioning in other countries. Are there any questions from the audience? We are slowly coming to the end of this panel. Walter has a question. Thank you for this discussion and for giving us the beautiful example of what people know about Czechs in abroad, such as the director Helena Třeštíková. I think the position of Czech documentary film is very different from that of theatre, and it's perhaps due to the NGO Institute of Documentary Film, founded in 2001, which works on creating international relationships. In 2019, ITVA, the biggest documentary film festival, had a section, a focus on the work of Helena Třeštíková, and I could witness myself with what enthusiasm it was met. I worked for 9 years in the Institute of Documentary Film, and I realized that thanks to the networking activities, Czech documentary film has a very strong position internationally, and the Czech Republic is seen as a place where you can not only make films, but also production, post-production, and huge films, Eastern Front or others, distributed in different countries, are Czech-made films. So I just wanted to comment on that, mention that. I'm curious about the Czech presidency. I saw the program and it seemed quite sad. It was loads of panels. There was a theater performance I had to see, and it's not something I would recommend. So and there were payments made to alternative theaters, and then triple the amount paid for a feast, and so on. So a bit funny stuff. Yes, well, personally, I can only speak on behalf of Brussels in the Czech Center, so I cannot say whether it was sad or funny. I wonder what examples to use to illustrate the situation. When we celebrated the 100 years of Czech Republic, Czechoslovakia, 2018, Czech centers got extra millions of crowns, and during Czech presidency there was 0 crowns extra. So this is the Czech context and the European context and the way we view it. On the political level, perhaps the view was that the government was elected shortly before the presidency started, so no one who would not be going to be cutting the ribbons wanted to send funds somewhere. Just a remark. Then there is the contrast between the Czech presidency in 2009. When you look at the videos, there is Entropa, the statue. It's a display of great self-confidence. We were in the last phase of our illusion of being the East European, Central European tiger, and that we can teach someone something. And this ends with the first Czech presidency of the EU, when we shut down the government. During the presidency came a period of depression, general depression, and then the second Czech presidency, there was no money for that allocated. I was lobbying for 2 years. Let's use this moment, because it's a moment when people look at us, often people that care about us. I said, let's use it. We don't need 40 million. Perhaps it's enough to know we have one. But no one was interested. And then came the second Czech presidency, and Czech diplomats did great job, excellent job, very well received in the EU, also in the light of the events in Ukraine. And suddenly Czechs were like, oh, we are actually quite good, so let's present it somehow, let's show it. But it was too late, there were no resources to do that. And my last remark, I'm quite proud of the Brussels program. I think we did quite well, and I think it wasn't too sad either we try to put together a program that would be quite fun and enjoyable and provide space to what we considered important. Thank you. I didn't see it in the political context prior to what you said, but you know, it's huge deals of money that are blown for some stuff, and then what should the others think about it, the other artists? As I said, I didn't see much money swooshing past me. But, you know, we know each other, we all know each other, so sooner or later we know. If we can draw some positive conclusion, it would be perhaps the Estonian presidency. They were presiding 3 years before us, and it's not systematic money because it's there for 6 months, but it can work as a catalyst for new contacts, new relationships, and so it's money that's used as one-time money, but you can use it and invite people, curators. You can bring young artists to places, say in public space in Brussels. And then, in a better case, it is the responsibility of the culture center, etc., to use this and work with it. Last minute, last question. I'm interested in knowing more about the network of Czech centers. For us, there are those anchors that help us orientate ourselves in the environment. Is the idea of your predecessor still valid? He viewed it as this like small Goethe Institute sort of thing that should be everywhere, or do you think that this network is full? In places such as Canada, where there is interest in Czech culture, we don't have a Czech center, and contrary to that, the Czech center that was opened was a part of strategic partnership. The answer is very simple. Development is impossible due to the budget, the limited budget. And I think it's not so necessary. I think the network corresponds to the size of our countries. Sure, the Austrian Forum is similar size, so I think that's okay. I'm much more worried about the other aspect, and that's the fact that the network grew and the budget didn't follow. So the budgets Czech centers work with are on the borderline of the possibility to function at all. So what does this mean to us, and how can we be proud of what we present in inconvenient conditions? Thank you. Thank you to all the panelists. We touched the Czech presidency and how it was or wasn't used for a systemic presentation of Czech culture. Parallel to that, there is a big program, big calls that enable international collaboration. They are financed from the National Recovery Plan. It involves a lot of money, so let's hope that this tool can be the base of future network that would involve many contacts and work well. And I will now pass the floor to Petr Fischer and his panel, and It will start at 3 o'clock, so we have 25 minutes.
Už můžeme teda? Jo, dobře. Tak ještě jednou.
Hello again, everyone. This is the last panel of today. It will be followed by the Open Palm Forum, which is an open public discussion. And the topic of this panel is related to the very beginning of this day, which started by Michal's quoting of Fischer. So our topic is From Nations to Communities. We have 3 panelists. Miriam Kičiňová. Hello. She is the director of the Slovak National Theatre. Pavel Starbovsky is Deputy Director of Teatr Povšechny in Warsaw. And you are one of the persons behind the idea of the forum, if I'm not mistaken. So we hope the forum will continue in the future. And our 3rd panelist is online. It's Edgaras Klivis, Artistic Director of the National Dramatic Theatre in Kaunas. So the theatre has the word national in its title. So this will be an interesting confrontation between 2 people who work in a national institution and a person who is not in a national institution and can reflect on nation, cultural belonging to a nation outside of a national institution. I suppose you will have different views, and it looks like we are in the times of a national revival. People rediscover their national identities. There are right-wing populists, be it in Germany, France. We have them in Czechia as well. In Slovakia, some of them are now in the government. The Slovak National Party is a symbol of this return or this revival. They have the Minister of Culture. Poland has also a new political representation. Poland will have a new government, less conservative, I suppose, but this does not mean it will not stick to the national element, what we call national interests in Europe. So all these things are coming back very strongly. And maybe at some point we thought these national interests would disappear and there would be only some cultural differences. We didn't think anymore there would be borders between nations and so much importance accorded to national identities. Let me start with Miriam. Maybe times will be quite difficult now for you after the political changes, and maybe the current government will require different things from your national institution. Is this happening or not? Maybe it's difficult to talk about. I still feel like I'm living in a free country, so I'm going to speak freely. It is a specific situation in my country. Well, our theater was not founded by people, by Slovaks. It was actually founded by Czechs It was a political need, and it was founded in a city or municipal theater which used to host Hungarian nomad groups, theater groups. So it's hard for us to define what national culture is, because there were several influences. So in our case, the term national or nation is quite specific. We are one of the youngest national theaters, and we were founded quite late, so we were not impacted by the 19th century. We jumped in 20th century. So I think there's a difference. So for us, it was not about fulfilling an idea of nationality or patriotism. Our mission was to reflect on our environment, different historical influences. So I think we have always been free in this regard, and we always had the trust. We were free to do our work in this way. So for us, being a national theater has always meant we are a public service financed by taxpayers' money. Okay, but still, if the Minister of Culture says only Slovak things should be supported, only national things, that money should not be spent on anything else, it sounds quite frightening. What if you stage a foreign play, foreign performance, and then maybe the ministry could say, this is not what we wish. Are you ready for that? I am going to deal with it if it happens. It hasn't happened so far. My feeling is that we are ready for this. We have discussed this, and we are able to stage so many classic Slovak plays in a row that at some point they will ask us, please, can you stage something from abroad? So any play we stage is actually about us. There is a self-criticism, social criticism. I don't know any play, any text that would see us as a romantic, to romanticize our nation. I think our people feel, or some people feel they need to strengthen their identity. I'm wondering, why is it happening? Why some people do feel they are losing their identity? Now let me turn to Edgaras Klivis. Miriam has tried to define in a way what a national theatre should do, saying that it is a service, a public service, some self-reflection, helping the community to understand itself, to find some orientation in the world, understand the world that is changing continuously. What is your understanding of the role of the national theatre, and what is the meaning of the word national for you today?
I hope you can hear me okay. I am the artistic director of National Communist Drama Theatre, yes, but I've been the artistic director just a few years. Until that moment, I've been the researcher, the academic researcher of theatre history, and focusing mostly, by the way, on the national theatre, the histories and the theories and ideologies and institutions of national theatres. So one of my first publications, international publications, was published in the book called National Theatres in a Changing Europe, published in 2008, edited by Stephen Wilmer. And In this book, I published an article on the Baltic national theaters and the crisis of legitimation, as I called it, meaning what do national theaters mean, what function can they perform in contemporary, multicultural, globalized world. At the end of this book, there were two articles that summed up the situation of national theaters by this discussion. One article was by Dragan Klivis. People of my age can still remember him, this wonderful theater scholar and cultural commentator. And Dragan Klivis argued that national theaters, once the place of nation building and emancipation, are today obsolete and redundant. He wrote, "Today, it is difficult to imagine how any national theatre can pretend to represent the spirit of the nation, construct or enhance national identity and stress the distinction of national character, even in the nations that have recently acquired some sort of statehood, like, for example, Lithuania in the post-Soviet years. The state building and nation building rely more on electronic media than on the stage. All those notions, spirit of the nation, national identity, and national character have become worn out and deprived of consensual meaning. Most national theatres, even those of artistic excellence, have become divorced from any emancipation projects, so are not fighting for freedom of anyone. A long time ago, and lost most of their uplifting and value-shaping potential. And the nation, he goes on, has been fragmented into disgruntled citizens of diverse persuasions, stratified into the new rich and the new poor, while the entire population have been turned into fervent and moody consumers. So that was his point of view, which was quite appealing to me, and I was also then writing about this this crisis of legitimation, when you do not understand naturally why this institution should still stand in the center of the capital city, as they usually do. Now, another article was by the author of Janelle Reynelt. She's a famous theater researcher as well from the United States. And in her article on the role of national theaters in an age of globalization, she argues on the opposite side. According to her, while these conceptions of nation, like national spirit and national identity, they're not static and they need contestation and imagination to continue to be meaningful, the desire to engage with them, with those notions, and the political and social ramifications of these formulations seem both obdurate and increasingly pronounced. So meaning that while the primacy of any given national theatre may come and go, questions about national identity and the spirit of the nation are not likely to be exhausted anytime soon, she argues. Of course, she suggests that national theatres should deal with national identity not so much by building it, like in nation building, but rather discussing it in a political forum or public sphere in the age of mass migration and conflicts between different cultural groups or ethnic groups or religious groups, when it seems that it is exactly cultures, languages, religions, identities that are the source of violence, as Slavoj Žižek puts it in one of his texts. So I would say that, so we have these two arguments. One is that national theatres have to disappear. Well, that was written in 2008, and since Dragan Klivis is not with us anymore, I wonder what would his position be today, of course. But another argument is that national theatres are still functioning as, and should be functioning as, public spaces, as public sphere, as public forums for citizens to address the most important issues, and that are common issues. I am not so sure if we should be speaking, should be moving from nation to community, as the title of our session suggests. I think that, the nation, as we understand it, is a community as well. And when we speak about community, we usually bring some ideology of community, communities are made of people who share the same values and beliefs. What if you do not share values and beliefs? Maybe we should be also thinking of the word the public as an alternative to the nation. So not just community, but the public. The public is made of anonymous individuals who have nothing in common, but they can be addressed if something very important is about to happen. So if people on a train who are separate individuals who have nothing in common, they are just, individual consumers, so to say. But then somebody addresses them and says that, hey, this train is burning. So at this moment, you have to decide what you do, because the train is burning. So this is the moment when the public is born. This is my academic introduction. Then, of course, after writing all these articles and addressing these issues from the academic point of view, I myself became the artistic director of the National Theatre, and that was then I was facing a reality which is much probably more complicated than you would think in the academic cabinets. So one thing that I can say as an artistic director of national institution that I found out in the course of my work in these few years is that national theatres are and should be multifunctional. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Tak, Pavle, měli jsme tedy od Edgarase.
So, we've heard two views, two opinions on national theatres. Yes? Can you hear the translation? So we've heard two opinions, two views of national theatres. One view says that national theatres are obsolete, or on the other hand, the view that a national theatre can function as an open space for the society, for the community, that it's important to discuss or to reflect on important issues. I suppose you would be in favor of a theatre as an institution dealing with current issues, including national issues. Maybe you could make the question even more complicated. Maybe the problems in different countries seem similar or even the same, not just in Europe. Take, for example, climate change or immigration. These are problems common to all nations, where theatre plays an important role in looking for answers. So what is your approach to this issue? Is the specific Polish national aspect, is this important to you? And do you also feel that the problems are more and more similar that we have in different countries?
Okay. Good afternoon. It's nice to be here. Thank you for the invitation. My position is also the mixture, because I'm deputy director at Powszechny Theatre, but I'm also, as Edgaras, academic at Theatre Academy in Warsaw. So I also try to deal with this both levels, with the theoretical one and with this practical, all these practical challenges, yes, our claim at Powszechny Theatre in Warsaw is theatre that gets in a way. So from the beginning of our work with Paweł Łysak at Theatre Powszechny, we decided not to concentrate on literature or on classical or contemporary drama, but rather on the tasks, on the social tasks. And I think now it's even more important and more challenging for the theaters, but also for wider for cultural institutions than this 10 years ago when we had started, because I would like to, and this is, let's say, this theoretical level of my talk, I would like to provide two terms. The first one is interregnum, and it's a term introduced years ago by Antonio Gramsci, which is now often used to describe the modern world, because the old order is collapsing before our eyes. The old ideas are no longer working, but a new order has not yet formed. And the second expression is very similar in kind of meaning to this expression interregnum, is unsettlement. And Madina Tlosnanova and Tony Fry in their highly inspiring book New Political Imagination, they use this expression of unsettlement to describe all those hard to grasp and hard to define challenges we face today. And one basic demand emerges from all this comprehensive diagnosis, that we need new narratives. The narratives for this time of unsettlement. And I think it's pretty impossible to create these new narratives on the level of national identity. So, sorry guys, but I don't believe in the idea of national repertoire, national theater, etc., etc. And of course, probably, as you said, we should try to extend this notion of national identity, because of course in Poland we are almost just after the elections, and when you are the leader of political party and you try to say something like this, that I don't believe in national identity, probably it's impossible to win the elections. Yes, so this is this big challenge, I think. But I'm back to this idea that we need a new narratives to overcome this chaotic time and understand the changing world, because creating the narratives, it's of course the eternal role of the culture, and the cultural institutions had created in 18th century, like of course the institutions for creating national identity narratives. Yes, now we are in a completely different position. So I think the role of cultural institutions can be at least twofold in this field, because firstly, they can create narratives through artistic activities and artistic program, but we must remember that they themselves are also living organisms that are capable of becoming prototypes for the world we want, prototypes for the future. So I strongly believe that they can be something like laboratories of change, because they are capable to create visionary fiction. Yes, and this visionary fiction is the most important tool for all of us, I think. And of course, the question, the crucial question is, however, whether we are able to test innovative formats in a situation of continued underfunding, political turbulences in Poland, in Slovakia, almost everywhere in Central Europe. Now, not only in Central, yes, because we can see what is happening in the Netherlands, for example. And a general belief that culture has little impact on reality. Yes. Yes, I work at Powszechny Theatre. It's a city-funded theatre. What was like, you know, the shelter for us during these 8 years of law and justice. And culture in Poland is quite decentralized, and especially theatre are decentralized, and there are a lot of city-funded theatre, region-funded theatres, and this situation was protecting our position. Especially in the Teatr Powszechny, we have, you know, quite strong political repertoire, and we try to still create engaged, social engaged theatre. So yeah, maybe maybe for now I can stop and we can continue.
Thank you very much. Ta myšlenka interregna od Gramsciho.
The Gramsci's idea is an idea that he wrote in prison in Italy at the end of the 1920s, and the fact that we don't have the paradigm for that period has been present for a century. The fact that something old is about to finish and something new hasn't started yet has been here for 100 years. And Bauman, this Polish historian by origin and living in England, revived this idea in the 21st century and thought it through and hinted at the uncertain period we live in. What caught my interest is your link to the National Theatre, where those new narratives should be created. And you also mentioned that you don't really believe that this place would be predestined to do that. Maybe Miriam could react, and I would ask a similar question as hinted by Razumu. Where else should that occur? Where else should we look for narratives and fix them, at least fixate them, at least in a minimal way? In a world where we don't have narratives, myths, because this is what societies live on. They live on visions of future utopias, in brackets, in myths. Theatre is a great space for that, or at least for pretending to find them. So perhaps this provocative question is, where else should it happen than in the National Theatre? Miriam, the floor is yours. Do you agree with Pavel's opinion? Meaning we search for narratives, but we will not find them in the National Theatre? I feel that we have tried in the National Theatre to define new narratives, new possibilities of creation, new interpretations. It's familiar. In Slovakia, when we speak with colleagues from independent theatres, we come to conclusion that where else to look for different dramatic forms, then, oh, this should happen in the National Theatre. You guys should do it because you have all the means to do that. So it's like part of our path of what we do, and then we can also do more politically engaged performances. And perhaps for a number of people, the last contact with the National Theatre was the one they knew in the 19th, 20th century, but it's not valid anymore in the 21st century. It will never be this fresh, beautiful, unspoiled place. And I believe that the National Theatre, at least in Bratislava, in Slovakia, has the opportunity to become such a place that would provide space for artists, all sorts of artists, and bring in the audience, which would be varied. I would ask Edgaras, can you hear us? A simple question. How do you view Pavel's view, the role of the theatre in searching new narratives when we live in a time where we have nothing to grasp on, when things are falling apart? Can we look for new answers, new ways in theatre? Yes, but why should it be the National Theatre of all things?
Short reaction maybe to what Pavel said about national theatres and supporting that's the idea that national theatres should somehow go already, since the nations should go and maybe national identities as well. But I would say that in spite of what we want, you know, we may want national identities to just, you know, disappear. So we may have these utopic visions of states without nations. However, they still exist. The reality is that national identities, they do exist in the contemporary world. And moreover, they not only exist in popular imagination, they are quite meaningful for huge numbers of people, and they are also the source of multiple conflicts in contemporary world. So you know, in spite of what we want or we do not want, the reality we have also you know, in theaters also have to have narratives that address this reality. And then when you think about these conflicts based on national identities or religions that are related, or languages or ethnic groups, isn't there a better place to discuss these important and dangerous issues than national theater? Another idea is that I would still think that nation states are, at the moment at least, the best or the only functioning spaces for democracy. I don't see, well, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't see any other tools for actual democracy to function except for the nation states where we all live at the moment. So maybe sometime in the future, of course, but at the moment it is the nation states as tools of democracy. And this is then again national theaters, well, functioning for these nation states, or in the name of nation states, they can also function as places of public sphere and democracy. Because if we speak about communities, I will just repeat myself a little bit. If we speak about communities, there is always a danger that we lose out of our sight the society. So communities are very good. It's very, very nice. There should be a lot of different communities, both territorial and cultural, linguistic, or whatever else. But we still have to remember that we live in society. And a lot of problems that can only be dealt with on the level of society. But then, of course, I also do agree that there are problems like ecological problems or migration, some issues of security that cannot be addressed on the national or nation-state level, cannot be addressed by one society, and that have international character. So I can only, based on my experience as artistic director, I can only say that as theatre we are also involved in a number of international projects. One of them, the project financed by Creative Europe, deals with called the deconfinement, deals with the relation of Europe and Africa and relates European and African theatre cultures. And next year we will have a new production as a cooperation between Lithuanian and African artists. So I think this will be also the example of this possibility of this new narrative that we are speaking about here. Thank you.
Poprosit Pavla o reakci, jak se vám líbí vlastně na...
Pavel, please could you react? What do you think of those possibilities that Edgaras mentioned, possibilities related to what national theatres can do? Edgaras is persuaded that national states are there to make democracy work, so where do we find theatres in there?
Yes, I think there are no difference between us on this level. Maybe there is the difference of understanding what this idea of national theater means, because in Poland, the history of Polish theater, this idea of national theater has a really strong position, especially from 19th century. When Poland wasn't independent country, and the theater and the church were two places to public places where it was possible to speak Polish, to use Polish language. So this notion of Polish national theatre, it's quite, not quite, it's very, very strong in the tradition of Polish theatre, and maybe this is the reason why I'm afraid of this notion of national theatre, and I try to quit this notion. But I'm strongly agree with Edgaras with this, that there is a strong link between cultural engagement, let's say, and participating in civic society, civic democracy. And of course, it's not only, you know, my idea, because, for example, Marta Nussbaum wrote the book about this based on her researches. So yes, this is our force as the force of cultural institutions and artists, etc. So Artur Jóźwik at the beginning of today's forum mentioned that cultural institutions quickly reacted on the social crises like migration, like climate change. In Poland, also the cultural institutions were one of the strongest factors of the resistance against far-right-wing government, against breaking the constitution, etc., etc. Yes, it was this field of independency. And we as Teatr Powszechny, but a lot of other institutions worked really a lot against this chauvinistic, nationalistic propaganda, for example, in national Polish media, because this was the channel, like the propaganda channel for law and justice government. So yes, I agree that you know, our cultural methods and experiences can use this institutional values to explore difficult topics, which are impossible or almost impossible to stand on the political level. And for example, migration, climate change, it's a good example for this. So for example, at Teatr Powszechny we try to do a lot of coalitions and collaborations with independent organizations. We shared our space with Strefa Wolnosłowa Foundation. This is the foundation working with migrants and refugees in Warsaw. They have their workshop room, workshop space at our venue, and they can show their activities on our stages. It's quite close collaboration for last 8 years, and for example, it's a good example because they have a lot of troubles in Poland to find some funds for their activities, because migration, it's like, you know, difficult topic, yes, to work, to deal with this, and because of our help, it's possible to work on this topic. And of course, they have strong influence on our repertoire, our activities, on our ensemble, because some of participants of their workshops with migrants background became the members of our permanent ensemble. Yes, so I think this is the future for all of us. This this collaboration between art, theory, and activism. But on the practical level, it's still very difficult to do all these things, because it means, for example, additional costs for this, I don't know, educational programs, context activities around the titles, the premieres in our repertoire, yes, additional things in the budget. So I think it's also very important to support or push our organizers, like municipality of Warsaw, to create some special programs for the projects like this. And in Warsaw, for example, there is the program supporting collaboration between cultural institutions and independent organizations, and it's every year application for supporting the coalitions like this. And I think this is some kind of very good idea, but unfortunately there are the funds are not enough, let's say. So maybe there is some opportunity to develop this program and find more money for this, increase the budget.
Díky. Ještě se zeptám Miriam, než vám dám v publiku slovo.
Before passing the floor to the audience, I will ask Miriam one thing. Pavel hinted at being afraid of the tradition that tends towards the fact that the nation was established as a protest against something, and the tendency to nationalism, which we witnessed over the past 8 years in Poland. But we agree on the importance of tradition and the possibility of us returning to it. I believe that this is one of the tasks of the National Theatre. It's one of their tasks to work with the tradition and with the classics. Edgaras hinted at how we can work with it. What is your idea of working in a modern way with the classical repertoire, which is to fulfill this category of the idea of what National Theatre is, of most people? I wonder what the Slovak interpretation of classical repertoire is. We have a group of theatre makers who choose systematically Slovak authors, be them classics or modern authors, and they adapt them. They work with them, and always the approach is critical, social and critical. So they use this grayness grey period of normalization and use pastel colors, not to romanticize it, but to present it better or shift the meaning and present it to the audience. In our tradition, this is something you can hardly avoid. And I have the feeling that the National Theatre is expected to use the classical repertoire differently. And if we wouldn't, people would be surprised or shocked. Or it would be viewed as a play without an opinion, and the audience would not identify themselves with it. Perhaps it was the Czechs who said that National Theatre is not a national museum, and we are there to interpret. Well, the Philharmonics has the advantage of being called Czech Philharmonics. It's not the Czech National Philharmonics. So, any questions from the audience? Are there any questions? We will pass the mic. Good afternoon. I have just a brief comment. At the beginning, Pavel mentioned that the old paradigm was shattered and we don't have a new one yet. You commented it using the author who commented it in the 20th century, and to some extent I agree to it. I have this feeling with my dramaturge. We were reading through works when searching for new plays, and I had this feeling I never had before. I felt like I'm reading something that's 200 years old, while it's not, and it was very strange. We mentioned it at last year's forum, saying that this era we live in is comparable to when print was invented. We don't spread information mouth to mouth, but we could then share it, spread it through printed material. And now we have internet, which has completely changed everything. Everyone can voice their opinion, and we live in this world unaware of what new forms it will bring, what new forms or challenges it will bring also to the theatre, because we will have to deal with it, find new forms, new theatre language. We will have to deal with the new issues, even this shift from theatre to communities, and reflect it in theatres. I believe that now we are still unaware, and things will gradually be revealed to us. Any reactions? Another comment? Do you see any difference between, say, the Nordic identity, Norway, Denmark, etc.? Perhaps they see things differently than we do in our Central European Russian context. What differences, if any, you see there? Edgaras wants to react, perhaps? How do you see the way the Nordic countries view their identity in comparison with our Central European context?
I would say that for me, and probably for the Baltic countries, you know, we dream of belonging to this Nordic sphere. This is our dream, you know. But so when we look at the Nordic countries and then we see this Scandinavian identity, we admire how, and we learn in a way, how you can, well, successfully sell your identity. It's not so much nation building as it is nation branding. So you can only admire how certain narratives or certain images, like Vikings, of course, literature for young adults and children, of course, and also the Scandinavian, the Nordic noir, for example, are sold successfully. Well, speaking about, you know, successful creative industries and the world markets, how they are sold, and and this is another idea of identity that can be turned into a product to sell, you know. So yes, so this is how I understand it, and I think that this is also a positive aspect when you're not, when this identity is not about fighting in war, but rather about successful branding. Thank you.
Something because Teatr Powszechny is a member of two international networks. The first one is Mythos 21 and the second one is Prospero, and there are also the theaters from Scandinavia in these networks, and it's really difficult to compare, for example, National Theatre from Copenhagen with Dramaten in Stockholm, because the theatrical traditions of in these countries are completely different. It's possible. This Swedish tradition, of course, it's based only on my knowledge from these experiences, but the Swedish tradition is based on Stanislavski's method, on psychological theater, etc., etc. It's of course connected with Ingmar Bergman's tradition, his movies at theatrical place, and Danish theater is more based on entertainment, on comedies, farce, etc., etc. So it's completely different aesthetics and completely different, let's say, actors' presence on the stage. Yeah, because probably we want to finish this the discussion, so I would like to share with one additional thought. During Forum for the Future of Culture in Warsaw, we organized also two discussions about the future of cultural institutions. And one of our guests, Maria Hlawajowa, it's Dutch curator, but she was born in Slovakia, so she has Slovakian origins. And for me, she's always very good person joining these two perspectives. Yeah. The Eastern one and the post-communist one and Western perspective. And she said the sentence which I really like, that cultural institutions destroy us, but also sustain us. And I think it's good to remember that we always complain, yes, about our abilities, etc., etc., this kind of impossibilism is always very, very strong, and this understanding of institutionalization as some kind of difficulty, but we should remember that something, the structure, cultural institution is also a really great tool for solve some social, aesthetical, cultural problems, but also for create the future. Yes, and for me the cultural institution, the city theater as powszechny theater, where I am working, or Divadlo Pod Palmovkou, where we are sitting, it's really great tool for creating the solutions for the future.
Ještě Miriam, prosím, děkuju.
Ešte k tejto otázke. My sme iné divadlo.
We are part of the ETC network, which includes one Norwegian member. We worked with the National Theatre in Oslo, and I had the feeling that they are so self-aware, they have such great self-awareness that they don't have this need to defend themselves, to defend their existence. They can therefore include minorities and migrants, and so they don't need to panic and be hysterical. And the Oslo Theatre works a lot with communities and migrants. They created their own academy where students from different countries become members of the ensemble. They have new and old Norwegian language sections, so they have quite a wide repertoire. And when we staged our national author, they thought, this is not a bad idea, perhaps, because they themselves wouldn't really stage their old authors. It feels that we sometimes need to refresh those fears that someone will come and take our national identity. But if it's inherent for you, you just have it and you can keep working freely. I think this is a wonderful end to this panel. We still have one question, so can we do one more question?
Děkuji moc, Marie Gimsky. No. I want to just thank you very much for this topic. It was tremendously interesting, and mainly the sliding of the notion of national theatre from the why to the for what. And something that was also, I liked very much, the end of your first intervention, Mr. Oh, sorry for the names, Edgar, ending with we have to be multifunctional. I guess the end of the conversation was a lot about solving this, but if you three could make a definition of this need of multifunctional, it will be, I guess, very interesting.
Ešte treba niečo dodať, myslíte?
Do you think that something needs to be added? I think we do such a varied number of things with such varied groups and for such varied audience that we need to do something that's meaningful for the place in which you are. And the National Theatre is lucky enough to have budget for it. And this is why they have higher responsibility in a way. Perhaps Edgaras could fill in what is the multifunctionality, what it is.
Thank you. So I agree with Miriam that national theatres, due to getting a big share of money of the budget, being those institutional monsters, big stages and a lot of technical stuff and big companies working, so they have to take on the responsibility. A National Kaunas Drama Theatre is not a national theatre, but at the same time it is also a city theatre, in a sense that we are the biggest drama theatre in the city of Kaunas. So we have also these duties to our citizens, to the communities and people in Kaunas, as a city should do. We have the responsibility of working of something that is called audience development, for example. So part of our repertoire is what I call audience development productions. The productions that are focusing on attracting people who do not like traditional theatre, like maybe hipsters or IT guys, teenagers. So this audience development is also not just for us, but also for other theatres. If we attract those people, saying that, well, theatre is not just about some classical plays staged by actors. It can be very performative, very participatory. Sometimes we succeed in attracting quite different audiences and different communities. And I believe they also then go to other smaller theatres, alternative theatres, and look for some theatrical pleasures there. So we also have the big international projects that we're working on. Also a huge number of educational activities, and in fact we are combining theatre production and education for young adults, but also for all age groups. And I agree also with Pavel, who says that even national theatres need more financing, since we're doing a lot of functions. We're not just culture, we're not just making productions, but also working with educational programs, and then also the public functions that what I've mentioned as a theatre functioning as a public sphere for political discussions of the citizens of the state is also something that we do. So I think being an academic, I just thought that what function should the theatre do, what national theatre do, what it has to do. But now I can see that, yes, the national theatres are multifunctional and should stay that way. So, yes, thank you.
Tak, děkujem všem účastníkům panelu.
Thank you to all the participants. Thank you to Miriam, Pavel and Edgaras, and to our audience. And we will continue at 4:30 for the open forum. And so thank you again to our guests and to all.
Doufám, že to funguje. Funguje to? To jsem dokázala vyměnit ty baterky, to jsem dobrá. Mě těší. To není jednoduchý. Tak, ještě minutku, než přijdou všichni do sálu. Můžem? Máme stream? Skvělý. Paní Pešátová nás slyší?
Já vás slyším
Skvělý.
výborně.
Tak jo, výborně.
Musím se ubezpečit, že slyšíte i vy mě.
Slyšíme výborně.
So, let me open the last part of our forum on the future of culture. This is an experimental format. So, it will be an open discussion. We have offered everyone the opportunity to discuss the topics of the forum.
Mám takovou milou povinnost vám sdělit, že máme dohromady 5 odvážlivců.
So, we have 5 participants. 4 were announced, but in the end we will have 5 contributions of a maximum of 10 minutes. There is no censorship, and the content of these presentations will be a surprise for everyone. So our first speaker is Katarina Pavić, head of the Department of Culture from the Regional Authority of Central Bohemia. The floor is yours. Hello, and thank you for this opportunity. I am going to speak about organizational and legal issues. I would like to share my experience gathered in the 25 years of my activities in culture and cultural heritage. I want to ask if it's possible to switch off simultaneous interpreting for me, because it is disturbing. Thank you. So, we are all preparing for the change in our legislation, the new act on the public cultural institution. This is not the first legal change. Enabling collaboration across public administration in the sector of culture. I was surprised to realize that it's been already 25 years since I participated in the transformation of Bohuslav Martinův Philharmonic Orchestra. So the Philharmonic Orchestra was registered in January 2006 as a publicly funded institution. I would like to share some of my experience with this process, which could be interesting for those awaiting the act on the public cultural institution. At the beginning of the process, we needed to make an agreement between the city of Zlín and the region of Zlín, the new party. They had to find an agreement on how to finance the new cultural institution. they agreed to contribute with the amount of at least 50% of the current contribution, and they could, of course, give even more. What were the main issues? Firstly, it was the fears of employees and the cultural public related to the future of the Philharmonic Orchestra. So the Philharmonic was being transformed into a new legal form, and people were worried. There wasn't much trust in politics. So there were all these concerns. First, there were concerns of employees. Their concerns were mainly related to their remuneration, because the employees are linked to the catalogue of works, and when joining the organization, every employee can see their future, the future of their remuneration. Whereas this is different with the new legal form, so this would eliminate this certainty. There were lengthy negotiations with trade unions, led by the then director of the publicly funded organization. He was an experienced manager and the former technical director of Slovak Philharmonic. So the result of the negotiations was that even though the organization would be transformed, the employees would still be paid according to the catalogue of works. The technical and economic workers, which is today called the management of the organization, faced a new challenge, which is to separate the expenditure for the main activities and administrative expenditure or costs. So for every activity, for example, putting posters in the streets, they had to decide, was this the main activity or administrative activity? Administrative costs were actually only the salaries of the 3 to 5 core employees responsible for the operation of the organization, like paying the salaries and so on. Then there were the fears or concerns of the cultural public. These were related to the future and to the quality of the ensemble. When something works, people prefer not to touch it because it could go wrong. So, with the hindsight, I can say that the Philharmonic was not in any way damaged by this transformation. This transformation to another legal form brought new challenges and new opportunities. The transformation also highlighted problems that would not be dealt with otherwise. The first problem was the working hours of a musician. Every year, this question was asked: what are the working hours of the musician when they are playing at a concert, when they are rehearsing, and so on? Another big topic was property. movable and immovable property, all this belonged to the Zlín municipality, and neither of the two co-founders wanted to enter this property in the newly transformed institution. Another topic was the enlargement of the function of the organization beyond the Zlín municipality. Public finances must have territorial impact, so if the finances come from the Ministry of Culture, it must have a national impact. If the money comes from the region, it must have a regional impact. If it's money from the municipality, it should be limited locally. And the third topic was the definition. What is philharmonic? After a long debate, both founders agreed that it is based on employment contracts of the musicians. However, we were not able to transform the contracts of the musicians. We had to come up with another solution. So, Bohuslav Martinu Philharmonic, so publicly beneficial society, was founded as an empty organization at first. The only thing that was maintained was the logo. All employment contracts were newly agreed. All property was borrowed, and as for the management of the organization, the director had or got a managerial contract, or a director's contract instead of a managerial contract. New property is acquired directly by the new institution. The transformation brought some problems. They were related to subsidies of both founders. This was linked to the legal framework of the EU. There was an exemption. I'm sorry, your time is up.
Neslyší.
30
Končíme.
milionů jako na české peníze.
Kde je kamera?
Ano?
Konec, 10 minut.
So, your time is up. Your 10 minutes are over. Thank you very much.
Tak to byla paní Pešatová, tak budeme pokračovat dalších.
So, this was Ms. Pešatová, and we have Mr. David Mirek, the head of the production department of the School of Drama. So, 10 minutes. You have 10 minutes exactly. I'm only missing a guitar here. So, I never was on the stage in Pod Palmovkou Theatre, so this is mainly why I applied. I have about 3 pages of ideas I would like to mention, and then I figured out I should just come up here and speak. So the theme I would like to speak about is theatre network. That's what I've been doing in the past years, and I go to regions. So who among you are here from independent theatre, and who is here on behalf of public theatres? So what are the two elementary problems of public theatre? Care and independent, non-care. That's exactly the paternalistic feeling of all theatres across the sector. They all feel that someone needs to take care of them. We can now go back to 1850. I had this mulled wine, so I will say it. I like to resemble Czech culture to this decaying corpse, which started in the 1850s with Bach's police setting. We had two reforms, one in France and one in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. So you can see what if they were not to happen. And then we have here the first Czechoslovak Republic, which was mentioned today, and this is when the Czech language and Czech culture was considered as very cool, and the culture, the theater scene would grow. It was only partially subsidized by regions and towns. And there were many theaters created, concession theaters. Then I would jump to the 1990s. Ondřej Černý says that theater subsidies are the only socialism-like system, but it is indeed based on the Austro-Hungarian approach, which took care of theatre. It was sort of the shop window of the country. Then we have the independent theatres. We no longer we can now only differentiate between public and private theatres, meaning the public gets money from the budget and the private one that you find the funds somehow. So we have commercial theatres, repertoire theatres, profit theatres, etc. But students at the Department of Production, despite the variability, see that there are all sorts of theatre forms. We have contributory organizations, we have limited liability organizations, we have organizations that earn huge amounts of money but still don't have enough. And my thesis is that there is sufficient funds in culture in general, but they are badly allocated. And what I say to my students is, first look at your mistakes, try to find where you do mistakes and put it to order, and then go to your dad and ask him for more money. Independent, private theatres in the category, oh, no one asked you to make your theatre. There is another problem, and that's that they had hit the ceiling already, so they all want money. On Saturday I went to Jirka Slženka to the Phantom Opera in Goya Music Hall. You pay 1,000 crowns for the ticket. There are about 1,800 places, so they can make huge amounts of money, and they indeed made like 1 billion throughout the 800 shows that they had. So they are representative of the independent sector, where they can be self-sustainable by 40–50%, unlike the 20% of the public theatres. we should maybe look for the cause of the problem. We know the consequences. This is what you kept mentioning throughout the day today, and not much has happened since the efforts of desocializing the theatre sector. We should look for the cause now, which dates back to the 1990s and the new setting, new legislation, etc., new ways of functioning of theatre. A nice test is that we can do business in any area, but not in theatre. But we have Theatre Mír and we have Mirek Polívka, and these are the two exceptions worth noting. The others can't do their business well due to the badly set systems which we know about, but we can't change, are unable to change. Let's now look at the musical, which is a discipline that earns great amounts of money around the world. So, how does it function in the region? It has the potential of financing big theatres, but I was told in Ostrava that not even the musical is in black numbers. So they can't help the theatres, they have to subsidize it as well. So, sorry to have this overall approach, but I believe that sometimes we need a larger perspective. You still have 2.5 minutes, so you can still say something. Oh, okay, so let me look for something. I believe I almost said everything. Well, I will say one more thing. I need friends and practical people because I want to write a book about local, regional theatre, which goes back to the 1950s under the municipalities. Especially in what were former German-speaking regions, is the column of the spine of the theatre network, and I'm sure we could find many good arguments for supporting these theatres. The book will become the star in the library of any director of theatres. We already went to many of those local theatres, including Mladá Boleslav. Palmovka was founded as local theatre in 1948, so actually you should dedicate a chapter to Pod Palmovkou Theatre as well. And it was also including German-speaking theatres. I would go back to the fact that there are entities that are limited liability entities, and they get funds for all of those. So the situation is even more complicated in the center. Everything you do on the side you can do as a limited liability, and the rest you can do as a different legal entity. Yes, the situation is very unclear. It is not always clear what kind of theatre it is and how it is financed, and it means that everyone is angry and everyone works under different conditions. Let's load it. Your time is up. 10 minutes. The next one is Walter Nack, the coordinator of the Memory of Nation Theatre and the Postbellum Association, unfortunately an NGO. Are you a limited liability company already? No, not yet. But I will present a revolutionary idea.
Mluvím trochu z jiné pozici, než to tady bylo od rána, protože nejsme tradiční diváci.
So we are not a traditional theatre institution. Our project is an integral part of a big department of Memory of the Nation. We have 3 activities, and our mission is to spread creative learning using theatre and drama education. Our parallel goal is to teach children and young people to work with materials recorded in postbellum, to teach them to work with the stories, to understand the context. We also want to educate these children to become good theatre goers and viewers. How did the theatre of the Memory of the Nation begin? It was through a cooperation with the Dutch theatre in Notre Dame. This theatre works with the trauma of the Holocaust, using theatre to bring this topics, historical topics, to young people and children. We collaborate with the art students. We bring them to subjects of history of the 20th century. And now is the time for my revolutionary idea. We've been discussing for a long time the fact that our mission, one of our missions, should be to become co-producers of different plays, theatre plays. I spent 9 years in the Institute of Documentary Film, where we did co-productions between film teams across Europe, and now we've heard several times that finances are limited, and there's no reason to be any more optimistic for the next season, so co-productions could be a way out of this financial problem. So we could do this in theatre, just like it is done in film. This is my message. That's it. Do I still have some time left? Six minutes. So you stage oral history with children. It's not so much about staging. It's more about the educational process. So at first, children are presented a specific story. It's not about illustrating or staging the story. They take the main topic, so individually, what speaks to each child. And the children can give their generational statement, how they understand these issues. So it's about Holocaust survivors or the 50s. There's always a universal topic. The children always find this universal underlying topic, like of justice or injustice. For example, the stories are stories of old people, but the stories happened when these people were the same age as the children. We are active in Prague, but we have workshops in different cities as well. We are starting a workshop in Karlovy Vary, so we want to be present in different regions. We want to bring this to children who have absolutely no contact with the culture of theater. So, for 1 year, the children prepare the performance, then they present it. So, then there's another format, We Are the Memory. That's for an audience. Last year we had the project Road number 19. This was done with Tamara Pomorishky, and this was about the Roma Holocaust. So the students of the dance conservatory met the descendants of Holocaust survivors, and then they started preparing the dance performance. I think we can all agree that this is an amazing product. I have to say that the performance, the Road number 19, was selected for the quadriennial. If I still have some time left, I will use this to invite you to the National Gallery on the 26th of January. We will have a new edition of the project We Are Memory. It will be about Prague victims of Nazi persecutions. So there are people who still remember the meeting point. It was opposite the National Gallery. We are working with students of fine arts from Charles University who talked to survivors, who told them what this gathering point looked like. So it will be a composition of the students' works. It will be performatively composed. You still have 2 minutes left. Tell us something more. What are you planning to cook for Christmas? So, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Dagmar Bednáriková, director of the Cultural House Mlejn. We need you to be in the spotlight.
So I will go back to reality after the promotion, and I would like to get back to the first theme, and that is the transformation of the contributory organizations to another legal form. It's not a transformation as such, it's abolishing the contributory organization and creating something different. Transformation is a change of the legal status, that is when your VAT number remains the same, etc. I have experience with both, so I can answer your questions if you have any. The contributory organizations have their advantage, with the steady influx of funds, but there is a direct link to budgets, to salary charts and classes, etc. which is something you don't have in the other form of organizations. They can still function, but the law is not valid anymore. But according to the new civil code, this legal form was replaced by the so-called registered institute. So in 2006, exactly the same year of the transformation of the Philharmony that was mentioned here, so we went through this form and we are now a registered institute. As an NGO, we are not liable to any salary charge, so our employees are not afraid. We didn't need to promise that we would keep their salaries, etc. But at the beginning, in 2016, we had the 2 times 5-year grant, which was great. But then, with the change in law, the multi-year financing was made impossible, and despite being a local entity, a local institution, we need to rewrite the project every year, state what we will do for the town, and it has to be voted every year, and then the funds are allocated. So it doesn't make things easier. We have to speak with the representatives every year, and then it's different every 4 years. So it's like a sort of rehearsed performance. However, it brings us it gives us the freedom. I don't have to fill in columns for the salaries and program and so on. So this makes the situation more pleasurable, and it's worth it. However, the problem is that both the municipality, we can find this kind of organizations in municipalities and in regions, and sometimes the discussion with the representatives is more complicated because we don't have strategic plans. If municipalities had strategic plans and had things set in it, such as the support for culture, all the organizations could work in a much smoother way. So perhaps one day we will get there, have strategic plans. In my experience, I recommend finding a good lawyer who's experienced in the NGO sector. We had a wonderful sector who's great for family law and business law, but he couldn't do the NGOs. It took us 3 times to successfully file in our organization. So even if you use a part of your budget to pay for everything, I will also pay for the audit, because it will help you tremendously. You don't need to then negotiate with the control department of your municipality, because the clerks there, they don't understand the least. So we mentioned the administrative board, which should be appointed by experts, but if the supervisory board is political, in order to control public expenditures, it's a terrifying idea, because the clerks don't know what they are doing. I have my own experience. The lady would again and again check whether my signature is a true one, because it has to go through the paper. You have to see it from the reverse side of the paper, etc. So it's a terrible experience. And if you have an auditor, it's much easier to say what's okay and what's not okay, and you can correct things. And it's much easier than to deal with municipalities and their clerks about these things. And perhaps one more issue. An NGO founded by a municipality is also problematic from the Law 106 and Law on the Evidence of True Owners. We are required to file in a true owner, and we don't have one. And at every grant that I file, I need to explain again and again that we are a hybrid form and that we don't need to evidence the true owner. The Act 106, which is about the free access to information, stipulates that we need to provide this information despite being an NGO. If we are founded by a municipality, so despite having an administration board, we are managed by the municipality because it's them who name the administration board. So we find ourselves in the situation of being a hybrid form, and I believe this is something worth the attention. Perhaps in the future it will not be a problem, but to this date it is. That's about it from me for now. Why this Act 106 is a problem for you? What bothers you? Because it can bring better transparency? In principle, I'm not bothered with it. We publish all information in the annual report, etc., in compliance with the law, but there are situations when a representative from the opposition comes up with a requirement, such as a concrete example, he wants all invoices, dates of being invoiced, dates of being paid, etc. But I can't get him such chart from our accounting system. My lawyer told me to give him what we have, and eventually he was okay with it. However, he wanted this info just to, you know, make a bit of mess. So.
Děkujem. A poslední příspěvek bude mít nečekaně.
Now we have Ivana Klecmanová, director of Tanec Praha, president of the Czech ITI Center and vice president of the Czech Association Festival. Ivana, the floor is yours. Thanks. I wasn't sure if I would present here. I'm happy I did it, finally. I want to speak on the topic of David and Goliath. in the sector of contemporary dance and movement theatre. We have discussed here the legislative framework of public cultural institutions, and I think the new law could lead to the creation of new institutions for sectors that have no institutions. For the sector of theatre, there's a dense network of theaters, of operas and so on. Only in Prague there are 100 theaters, I mean buildings, and only one of them is dedicated to dance. And there are multi-genre theaters where dance performance are also staged, but we know that dance is the small David. Only in 2004 dance was recognized as an artistic discipline by the Ministry of Culture. I've been working in this area for 30 years. I'm doing positive lobbying for dance, and there are big problems with financing. The whole system is unhealthy. It's a historical heritage which does not give much space to new genres. There's been a boom of contemporary dance or new circus, and these sectors have no institutions. I very much welcomed the initiative of the Association of Professional Theatres. Thanks to this initiative, the new act was proposed, is now negotiated. I think this law would be very helpful, and there is one institution that could be created once this law is adopted, namely the House of Dance. So it would be an institution for dance as a profession, and this makes a lot of sense for this discipline. I think that's what we all wish for, to have some kind of background with political responsibility, because when you have an NGO, you bear a lot of responsibility. We have about 40 grant applications per year with only 4 employees. This project management is very hard to handle. So such a public institution for dance would be some kind of security or certainty, which is frightening in a way because it kills art, but on the other hand, it would ensure some continuity. Because the current system is very bad. It leads to many misunderstandings, just like now in Tanec Praha. The reason is that we really try to create the conditions for the artists. And I think we need memorandums to be signed between the city of Prague and the Ministry of Culture, because the state bears responsibility as well. That's it. Well, you still have 5 minutes. Oh, well, are there any comments or questions? Should we create an institution for this discipline of dance? the question is, what will the final act look like? We'll see. Thank you for your attention. Thanks to all of you, and this is the end. Thanks to Petr Fischer, co-moderator. Thanks to the team of the theatre Pod Palmovkou. They cared a lot. Of course, there were some issues, but that's normal. I'm happy that we have representatives of Teatr Povšechný from Warsaw. I'm happy for this idea and thank you for the trust you gave me. And I would like to thank Martina Černá for her essential contribution to this event.